communicated through mail. We would be starting sharp by 10:30 after our resource person, Honorable Vaijanti Joshi ma'am's arrival. Till that time, I would just like to know, many amongst us had participated very actively during previous days sessions. So those who intend to give their feedbacks, please drop your names in the chat box so that we will be happy to know your feedback about the event in the valedictory session. Thank you.
Good morning, madam. Welcome.
Good morning, madam. Welcome.
Welcome. How are you?
Fine.
Namaste. Yeah.
Thank you.
How
Sir,
was
your
the sessions? How was the sessions yesterday? How well?
Excellent.
Oh, I could not join yesterday.
Okay. Within 5 minutes, we'll start, madam. How is
Yes,
your
sir.
health? Everything is going well?
Yes, yes.
Yes. So we want you physically visit our college at your convenience.
Yeah, definitely. I would do that.
Now you are free from burdens.
Yeah. To some
Get
extent, I
burden.
would say.
Okay. So, madam, I have a class at 10:30.
Okay.
So I will join afterwards. Okay.
Oh, no problem. Yeah.
Okay. Welcome.
Go ahead. Please go ahead with your teaching schedule. Don't miss out on the classes. That is my first request to all teachers.
so by sharp 10:30 we shall start, ma'am. Will that be fine?
Yeah, that will be fine.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Ms. Komal, just take the permission from Joshi ma'am. You can start.
Morning, ma'am. Can you start? Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Ma'am, can we start?
Yeah, please.
A very good morning, everyone. On behalf of Manikchand Pahari Law College, Aurangabad, I, Komalahi, student of BLLB first year, take this opportunity to welcome all our guests and participants to this online national NAAC sponsored seminar on new process of NAAC accreditation and assessment of legal education institution in India. And today we have the privilege to have with us Dr. Vaijayanti Joshi ma'am. It is indeed my honor to welcome respected ma'am. Ma'am, an eminent scholar and academician in law, is the director of ILS Law College Pune. Ma'am brings to the college her years of combined experience in progressive and rich administrative experience. Ma'am has served as a member of the Legal Education Committee of the Bar Council of India. Ma'am have expertise in areas of family law, private international law, and legal theory. Dr. Vaijayanti Joshi ma'am holds a bachelor's degree in Sanskrit from Ferguson College, Pune, and a LLB degree from ILS College and a LLM degree from Pune University. It's a proud privilege to have ma'am as our distinguished guest and speaker for this session. As for this session on role and management and alumni in improving quality legal education. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Vaijayanti Joshi ma'am to address the gathering. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Dr. C.M. Rao, Principal of DMP Pahade Law College, Mr. S.N. More, the Vice Principal of the college, and Dr. Aparna Kotapalle, who is currently working as the NAC coordinator and is associated with IQAC of NAC. It is a long association with Aparna, who was student of the ILS. And when she talked to me that whether I will participate in this seminar, I actually readily agreed. So special thanks to Aparna for giving me this opportunity to participate in this particular seminar. I really congratulate you for taking up this initiative to discuss the new processes of NAAC assessment and accreditation of legal education institutions in India. I think it is very recently that since 2021, a new NAAC manual is issued, which now gives you few references to legal education institutions in India and some changes in various parameters. Now, today you have asked me to speak on a role of management and alumni in improving the quality of legal education. Now, so far as this particular topic is concerned, we have to firstly appreciate that where we stand as a whole when we talk about quality of legal education. Because unless and until we appreciate and accept what is exactly the current scenario of quality of legal education, it will be difficult to talk about the role of management or alumni in improving that quality. We often come across various observations by judges, lawyers, practitioners all over India, uh, and maybe sometimes academicians also. It is stated that so far as legal education in general is concerned, it is a sea of mediocrity with few islands of excellence. Some observe that I think it was an observation given by the Madras High Court that actually we have to close down at least 50% of the law colleges in India. Uh, I think few years ago, Justice Ahmadi has said that we produce half-baked lawyers who never attended the college and they are produced as lawyers who come to the courts directly. These observations may sound a little harsh, but are they not true? We have to be true to ourselves and ask this question. We will say that may not be everywhere, but in majority of the cases, quality in legal education, I would say that it is missing. And therefore, it is very pertinent and relevant to discuss how do we improve the quality in legal education uh, because of this NAAC exercise. If you go to the manual of the NAAC, they also give their vision statement. And what is the vision statement of NAAC? It says to make quality a defining element of higher education. So the whole purpose of NAAC exercise is to make quality a defining element, and in our case, defining element of higher education, that is the legal education. Now, when somebody simply says that we have to improve the quality, the question that naturally comes to our mind is, quality is a qualitative concept. How do we quantify quality? How do we measure the quality? Because simply saying that something has to be of there has to be improvement of quality, what it is exactly in the mind of NAC, and therefore the component of quality itself is required to be decoded. What is all that which will be included in the term quality? Now, therefore, what NAC has done is that it has given us 7 parameters. It has decoded quality in terms of 7 criteria, and they are 7 parameters for assessment of our quality. These 7 parameters are crucial to existence of any institution of education, whether it is legal education institution, whether it is engineering, whether it is management, whether it is arts, science, commerce, it hardly matters. Because whenever we think of quality, these 7 parameters must be present and we must be assessed against those 7 parameters. Now, all of you are aware. I presume that all of you have gone through the NAC manual, and maybe since yesterday, uh, you must have talked about it again and again. But even at some cost of repetition, I will say that these 7 parameters are, firstly, it is curricular aspects. The question is, what do we teach at our institutions? So, what to teach is the first question. How much quality is put in our curriculum itself? Then you answer all questions, whether it is the relevant curriculum, whether it is well defined, whether it is improved time and again, etc., etc. Then you go to the second parameter, that is teaching, learning, and evaluation. So obviously, it addresses the question, how do you teach? The first is, what do you teach? Secondly, how do you teach? Then the third refers to research, innovation, and extension. Of course, it is extension of the first as well as the second parameter. The fourth one takes you to infrastructure uh, that is available with the institution for imparting quality education. Because howsoever good a curriculum, etc., will be, howsoever best teaching methods you have, but if you don't have adequate infrastructure, obviously you cannot be effective. So, what is your availability of infrastructure? That is the fourth assessment parameter. Then, fifth comes student support and progression. Ultimately, the education has to be student centric. So, what are your efforts to support the student and the further progress of the student life thereafter? Then comes the sixth one, that is governance, leadership, and management. Of course, we are going to talk about these aspects little elaborately in the uh, subsequent part of this discussion. And then institutional values and best practices. How a particular educational institution has nurtured values and best practices while meeting the demands of the society, meeting the demands of student body, expectations from stakeholders, etc., etc. So whenever you assess yourself on these 7 quality parameters, you come to know where we actually stand and where we are required to improve further. So therefore, these 7 parameters are very, very important. And with reference to the special topic that you have given me today is that the role of management and alumni in improving the quality of legal education. Let us understand that role of management as well as alumni is not related to parameter 6 so far as management role is concerned, or alumni's role as stated in student support and progression. But on the contrary, I would like to tell you that role of management as well as student is all pervading. It is there in all 7 parameters. And therefore, whenever you are talking about the quality of legal education, you have to always remember that these 2 parameters, that is the students' participation, that is alumni participation, as well as the role of management, uh, will have to be present in all 7 parameters. And I think that is going to be uh, the focus of my discussion and in today's topic. So therefore, friends, please remember that if we want to take assessment and accreditation process in true spirit, in which NAC wants us to take, the role of management as well as alumni is going to be very, very crucial. Again, NAC exercise is not going to be a one-time exercise once in a lifetime of an institution, but rather it is a continuous process. Every 5 years, your accreditation assessment is going to be undertaken. It will be evaluated again and again. So it will always keep you on your toes, and therefore this is a continuous engagement with quality improvement. So don't treat this particular exercise of quality improvement as one time. Secondly, when you are undertaking this exercise, do it in the proper spirit in which it is to be taken. Don't look at it as some compulsion by the state, by the UGC, etc. But rather it is in our own interest we should do it. Whether there is NAC assessment or whether there is no NAC assessment, our effort must be always towards improvement of quality time and again. Because quality, achievement of quality, attainment of quality is an ever evasive process. You reach the higher goal and you feel that there is something more to achieve further. And therefore, you have to constantly walk on this particular path of excellence time and again. So if that is your spirit, I think that any NAC assessment and accreditation process should not become a boring exercise for us, filling and putting in lot of record, etc., etc. My only concern is that if you look at the entire NAC assessment now, uh, I think some 70% of assessment is now based on your assessment through the record that you have submitted to NAC, and 30% when the NAC peer team visit comes to you, and then they actually assess you on the quality parameters. Originally, that was not so, and all 100% was dependent upon the visit of the peer team review. Now, what has happened currently is that the artificial intelligence or computerized exercise is there, and there is a lot of numbers that we are required to actually work upon. For example, I think when you exercise your uh, uh, library footfall, you want to find out how many students, faculty visit, etc., etc. We really know that very rarely students will visit the library. They don't go to the library. That is the fact. Each one of us know it. Even sometimes, if we introspect ourselves, even the teachers have to genuinely address the question, how many times do they really go to the library? Now, going to the library is not a physical exercise, but it is an intellectual engagement with the library. Do we really do that? And I am sure that our inner mind will tell us that we do it very rarely. That is what the quality of our library visit is. But now when you go to this computerized exercise of NAC, what happens is that you have to give a count of how many students have visited the library, how many faculty members have visited the library. Now what the institutions are doing, that now they put lot of administrative work in the library itself. So the student has to swipe the card, enter the library for collecting the iCard. the student has to go to the library for some other work to collect some, I would say, some receipts. Now, automatically, the students visit the library for some administrative purpose, but it is shown as academic visit of the student to the library. Now, the computer does not understand the quality of this visit, and then your score on that point may increase. Fine. At a point of time, we will be able to deceive the artificial intelligence to some extent. But what will you do uh, with the results of the students when they don't stand in the merit, when they don't get prizes in the moot court competitions? Because there are other parameters also to find out the quality of your education. So, to some extent, because of this new intervention of technology in NAC assessment, uh, many a times people successfully get lot of scores out of 70%, but may not necessarily get the same out of the remaining 30%. What I am trying to point out to tell you is that whatever be the assessment pattern, whether it is computerized or whether it is personal visit, we have to be true to ourselves. We should not lose our integrity, and we must see that whatever we record should be the quality of that visit. That should come on record. How we should encourage our students to visit the library. And then if it is in thousands and lakhs, I think that is really a good sign. Then it will automatically get reflected in your results, in your prizes, everywhere. But generally, we oversee that particular element as to what is the spirit of NAC, and then we get engaged into how will we technically satisfy the NAC parameters. I think we should pause for a while, think whether we should do that way or whether we should really go for quality improvement, for betterment of our institution, for betterment of quality of teachers, for betterment of quality of the student teaching, learning, etc., etc. So I think when we are going to talk about the role of management, etc., this spirit should be always kept at the back of our mind. Now, having said so, now let us come to the core topic which I am going to handle, and that is regarding the role of management. Now, if you read the title of Criterion 6 in your NAC manual, it talks about governance, leadership, and management. And I think it is with this perspective I am given this particular topic, that is the role of management in improving the quality of legal education. Now, friends, let us firstly understand what do we exactly mean by management in criterion 6 of the NAC manual. Now, the term management actually is used in two senses. One is the body that has established the higher education institution, that is the HAI. Therefore, we refer to our trust, our society, or it may be a Section 8 company also. Generally, we refer to them as our parent body. So, what is the role of the parent body in improving the quality? That could be one meaning of this term management, and there is the second one also. It means management, which is a noun derived from the verb to manage. To manage is to administer, and then how do you administer your educational institution? How well governed it is, how well you have practices to regulate your administration. These are the concerns of the second meaning of the term, that is role of management. And I think when you are writing your SSR, you should not miss focus on either of them. Don't consider that management is all the time referring to the trust or your parent body or your managing body or the executive council, governing council of your college, whatever it may be. So therefore, when you answer the questions in criterion 6 with reference to management, you must understand what is the focus of this question, whether it is referring to management in sense of trust or whether it is referring to your style of management, how well you are administering your college, etc., etc. Now, uh, having said that, now let us come to governance, leadership, and management in criterion 6 of the NAAC manual. And if you go to the key indicators, which talks about institutional vision and leadership, strategy development and deployment, faculty empowerment strategies, financial management and resource mobilization, and internal quality assurance system, that is IQAS, and of course, establishment of IQAC, that is the quality assurance cell, etc., etc. In my opinion, this particular parameter refers to more about management in the second sense of the term. That is how well your HEI is administered. What are your administrative practices, etc., etc. That is what you have to focus upon in this management. And though I say that there is also reference to the parent body, in my opinion, the focus is on the second one. So therefore, uh, let us also look at the role of your management, and then we will go to the second one, that is how well administered is your HEI. Now, firstly, coming to the role of the trust or your governing body, it is of course very crucial in entire improvement of the quality so far as legal education is concerned. The very idea that your parent body is a trust, and generally all of them are public trust, educational trust, they are established with a specific aim and object that they want to run educational institutions. So in their hearts, they want to improve the quality of the education that they are giving in their colleges which they have established is actually the basic understanding. That is the presumption. Now, therefore, we always say we call it as a parent body. So it is just like a parent. You rear up your children, you nurture your children. So similarly, the parent body has to nurture the HAI that it has established, that is the moral and legal responsibility of any parent body. The question is, though that is the legal and moral responsibility of the HAI, what is the perspective of the parent body? Does it look at the colleges, the educational institutions as profit generating organizations, whether they really want the educational institution that they have established to provide education, good quality education, and ultimately uh, join hand in nation building at a larger platform? Much depends on what kind of perspective the parent body nourishes. Ideally, morally, and legally, they are required to have the perspective to support legal education or any education that they are providing for. It is obvious that the parent body is required to provide huge financial support as well as human resource infrastructure for academic development, research, and everything. So nobody can deny that they have to generate funds. That is not the question and beyond doubts. So therefore, uh, this support, the financial support, it should be given considering that this support is investment in education and that is not expense on legal education. So much depends on what is the perspective of your management, your trust, your society, whether they look at this spending as expense or whether they look at it as investment. Because whether you consider it as an investment, your focus is completely different, your perspective is different, and when you consider as an expense, it is more as the burden. So therefore, that is what you have to basically understand what is the role of management. And therefore, you have to work on this attitude, this perspective of the management and whether we ultimately work in the larger national interest. Having said that, what is the role of management? The management, that is your parent body, though it supports you, it should not dominate you. That is very important. It has to give freedom to the educational institution, people working there, but at the same time, giving freedom does not mean that you can compromise with the quality, that there will be total non-interference in the matters if there is something goes wrong. No, that is at the same time the responsibility of the management, that the institution is guided properly, it runs properly. So they cannot tolerate any indiscipline. Uh, I would say the decorum of the academics has to be maintained, and if the educational institution is erring, they have to take very strong steps against that. But that does not mean that they have to control you. So freedom and control mechanism has to go hand in hand. And this control mechanism has to be with reference to accountability of the educational institution. And I think that any parent body is entitled to insist on accountability. So they should help you in setting high standards of values. They may they should be positive and supportive, but at the same time, they will not allow you to compromise on values. So there has to be a mechanism to have dialogue with the teaching and non-teaching staff as well as the student, principal of the college, etc., to understand the difficulties is running. Wherever the support is required, that the institution has, the management has to offer. And then if you have such supportive management all the time with you, when you are working on the same wavelength, I think any management, any parent body will do its duty in the maximum possible way to support the educational institution, and they will play their role wherever it is required. As I said, this role of management is required to be present in all 7 parameters and not only in parameter 6. So if you talk about uh, uh, for example, the criterion number 1 as to uh, what do you teach, curricular aspects. Now there it is expected that you offer maximum number of options to the students. And now all of you being the teachers of legal education institutions, you know that whenever you are offering maximum number of what you can say options, you need that many resources. You need teachers, you need classrooms, you need library, and this support will come only from the management. So you go to any of the criteria and you will see that without support of the management, your parent body, you really cannot work well. So therefore, you cannot undermine the support of the management in any of the parameters. And therefore, their role is very important, provided it is supportive. They insist on accountability. They insist that values must be protected and all that. And once that is done, rest of the freedom is given to you. Rest of the support in terms of uh, finances, infrastructure, etc., is given to you. I think the role of the management is over. So that is what you expect as the what you can say contribution of management in improving the quality of legal education. Now, as I said, but what we understand by management is how ably administered is your HEI. So now I am referring to the second meaning of the term management and what is the role of that good management in quality education, improving the quality of education. Uh, we always say that academics are very important in the college, and then your entire management comes to you as a support system. That is very true. But that efficient administration is very, very important. And that administration, if it is weak, if your leadership does not manage that administrative part well, then you must remember that howsoever good you are academically is, you are not likely to succeed, because I will give you a simple example. Now imagine a situation that you are going to conduct a seminar, an academic exercise. You are going to invite very big scholars from all over the world. You are providing this online, offline, everything. Now, when you are going to provide this online and offline support, when you want to invite people, that particular, I would say, mm, management of one single seminar requires huge administration. You will probably handle what should be the theme of seminar, who should be the scholar who will be invited, how will you give call for papers, how will you make group presentations, so on and so forth. Fine. But rest of the management of the seminar, right from putting up the notices, calling the student, what you can say, volunteers, um, assigning the duties among the teachers, calling for registration, collecting the fees, paying it in the bank accounts, having that particular audit of that accounts, everything is to be neatly administered. And there actually is required the role of management, how effective leadership is provided by this leadership and management. Each one of you sitting here can, I think, immediately correlate what kind of leadership you have, whether this leadership imposes decisions upon you, whether it is participative mechanism, whether it functions in a democratic manner, whether it is decentralized administration. And when you are going to answer all these questions, because that is what the indicators indicate, and then the metrics which are provided in the management, governance, and leadership, etc. You have to answer all these questions. You have to give case study of showing how decentralized your management is. Now, when you are talking about one case study, it is only an example. It means that your leadership is effective with reference to, it is in tune with your vision and mission. So therefore, your leadership must understand why we exist, what is our vision, what is our mission, and what is the roadmap to follow. What are the things that we achieve subsequently? What is the perspective plan that you have? Because unless and until there is a roadmap of your future development, any leadership cannot be effective. So it is actually uh, a holistic approach to management and effective leadership. So therefore, when you are reading this particular criterion 6, you have to have an overall view. Don't fragment it, don't segment it, saying that, okay, this is effective leadership, this is perspective plan. No, it is a holistic view of how you administer your college. Whether it is the administrative staff in your office, whether it is administration of the academic program, vis-a-vis your teachers, everything has to be taken collectively. And therefore, uh, what is expected of the role of management in this effective leadership is that your leadership has to be in tune with vision and mission. It has to be transparent. It has to be participative. When you talk about transparency, the leadership has to be absolutely impartial. The way you treat your teaching staff, the way you teach your non-teaching staff, people can sense what is going on in your mind, how far you are impartial, and how far you favor someone, how far you dislike someone. People can sense it very well. And when you are talking about the leadership, it has to be very, very impartial and transparent in um, all walks of life. So whenever you are, for example, the leadership is assigning duties to teacher. You are 10 teachers, you have 20 teachers, and you have various departments. Sometimes some teachers get very small work, but the list is 7. The work does not require more than putting up 1 month in the entire year. One teacher has only one department, but it is time consuming and it occupies the life of the teacher for the whole of the year. If you go by numbers, one has 7 departments, one has only one department. And then there is no support given to the teacher having one department, but who has to work a lot, much more than 3 other teachers. The leadership must sense that what is the crux of a department. Simply going by numbers is not enough. And there comes your transparency, there comes your impartiality, uh, whether you are uh, decentralizing your administration, all these things actually come one after the other once you start implementing or once you start decoding uh, the actual actions of the leader against these particular terminologies which are used under criterion 6 of the parameter. And the most important aspect is that unless and until you have a perspective plan, none of the things which I am talking about, decentralized administration, transparent administration, leadership in tune with vision and mission, etc., will actually materialize. The perspective plan is to be prepared. It has to be approved by your management, that is other aspect of management, the trust, and then you have to work on that. You will have to convince the management that this is how we have to progress, because management does not come to your rescue in day-to-day administration. They are policy makers, and preparing the perspective plan is preparing the policy for the institution, where the role of management in administrative sense, how well administered is your organization, and role of management in the sense that your managing body is going to participate actually comes together. And therefore, participation by all teachers in designing the roadmap becomes very, very important. Then you have to also find out whether your working takes place in a democratic manner. Now, decentralization, transparency, then collectively taking the decisions, etc. They are all aspects of democracy. But people often confuse democratic process with chaotic process. Democracy does not mean that we have to be confused. Nobody knows what is to be done, because if you have a faculty of 20 people, there are going to be 20 opinions. You don't go by opinions, you have to go by some perspective, some standards against which you are going to take decisions. It is not what somebody feels, and therefore it has to be taken into account. And therefore, democratic means everybody is consulted, views are heard, wherever they are important and relevant, due credit is given to that particular opinion, but ultimately the leadership has to take a decision. The decision has a democratic process, but does not mean that every time it has to go by majority. Sometimes even one single opinion in the entire faculty of yours is much more valuable than the majority opinion. And you as a leader, you as ably administering the institution must know which is the correct decision. And that responsibility lies with the able leadership, effective leadership. So whenever these parameters are given, you have to understand them in an appropriate manner and the true spirit in which they are written. Otherwise, you are likely to be misguided and you are likely to land up in many difficulties on the wrong path. And that should not happen. You have to take very, very, I would say, correct view of this entire role of management in improving the quality. And then every step of yours in administration is going to improve the quality, because if your timetable is well managed, well designed, you give the subject of a choice of the teacher to the person, considering the expertise. Ultimately, definitely that teacher is going to contribute. Then when you impose a subject on a person which the person has not at all studied, not at all taught, and you suddenly tell him that from tomorrow you have to teach jurisprudence. Now, these subjects cannot be taught overnight, and then the quality of education comes down. So, how do you prepare your timetable? How much choice you give? How much choice of teachers you respect? Doing something at an as an emergency somewhere once in a while is one thing, and that becoming a pattern of your leadership is not improve the quality of your legal education. So therefore, you work democratically, you work in a decentralized manner, keep on rotating the departments of the teacher time and again so everyone knows what are the responsibilities of the department. And not only that, you as the effective leader also knows what exactly happens in department, in whose tenure the department has done maximum well. uh, when X was a teacher in charge of a department, what kind of innovations the teacher has drawn into. Uh, that can be followed up subsequently. If somebody is handling legal department, what innovation has been done by that teacher? Your future assessment of the teachers, their promotions, their scores, etc., depends on all such things, on how you manage uh, your institution administratively very well. So I think that is very important when you are answering this criterion 6 parameters. And therefore, when you are going to write about this parameter, you have to keep that in mind. Now, it is at this point of time, I also want to invite your attention to the new NAC manual. When you are going to submit your NAC, now I have seen that when you are, I think, putting up the details of your profile of the college, profile of the HEI, now there is part A and there is part B. And now this part B is talking about preparedness for National Educational Policy of 2020. Now this is a new, I think, thing to which we have to invite our attention, and I would say now concentrate more, because I am confident that very soon the NAC assessment manual will be completely changed in tune with this national education policy of 2020. You are going to see a sea change in the entire education system of the nation over the period of time. And all states are now establishing high power committees. They are taking steps to implement this new education policy. And I think even the state of Maharashtra has established such high power committee. So now the days are not far off when you will see its impact in the NAC manual also, your assessment patterns also. And uh, if you go to that preparedness for new education, national education policy of 2020, you are required to work in a completely different manner. And as I have studied that national education policy for on some other count, uh, the system of affiliation is going to be phased out gradually from this particular Indian legal education scenario. Universities affiliating the colleges, colleges getting affiliation from the university, etc. Nothing is going to remain on this scene anymore. So I would request all of you rather that along with this particular NAC exercise, because many of you may be entering the first cycle, the second cycle, or the third cycle, now you are required to write on the preparedness of this implementation of national education policy. And what is going to happen is that if you are not going to give any thought to that, your roadmap, the perspective plan is going to be a complete, I would say, fiasco. You will be nowhere if you are not now aligning your goals with the new national education policy, NEP 2020. So I will earnestly request all of you, and especially Aparna, you are IQAC coordinator, please go through uh, the new NAC manual go to these particular parameters. They are not now yet parameters involved in the criterion, but I am sure that within next 6 months, NAAC manual will have everything. So please do that. That is what I will like to tell you, especially, and everyone who is listening. I think I have elaborately discussed the role of the management as well as management in the sense of how effective you are administering your institution. Now, coming to the second part, and that is the role of alumni or alumni engagement in entire improvement of educational quality in your institutions. Now, I will like to tell you that this is part of student support and progression. Let it be part of criterion 5, but as I said, you can actually engage your alumni in execution of every parameter, and they will help you. As all of us understand, alumni engagement is a very wonderful interaction between the alma mater and the students who are passed out of the institute. Students spend beautiful, precious years of their youth, especially at the undergraduate level in the college. They are with you for nearly 5 years. If they do the post graduation with you, then they are 7 years with you. They develop a very, very close affiliation with the teachers, with the library, with the non-teaching staff, with their batchmates, and everyone. And they carry very sweet memories and sometimes bad memories also, but nobody can really help that. But they have memories which they will like to carry throughout their life. They are impressionable years when they are with you, and it is during those important role as teachers in their life. Now, therefore, it is very important that there is a very good alumni connect that one must establish, every higher education institute must establish, because ultimately those students are your ambassadors wherever they go. They carry the values that you have given to them, uh, the skills that you have imbibed in them, and they will be proud of you saying that this is what I learned at a particular institution. So therefore, they are also eager to give back, and then we have to actually encash upon our relationship. And when you are designing new curriculums, you can definitely take help of all those who are leading uh, lawyers, because they have a lot of practical experience. Then there are few of your students who are working in the law firms and having a lot of engagement with day-to-day practice, the new opportunities which are there. So you can take their help in curriculum design. They can join as your faculty, maybe sometimes as full-time, part-time, CHB, as guest lecturers, and give you the recent knowledge and definitely improve the quality of your education. They can come to you as judges in the moot court competition. They may draft problems for your moot court competition. They support many a times financially uh, to weaker students in your institution, those who cannot afford fees. They may give internship to the students. Uh, they can provide placements to the students. Of course, they offer donation in, I would say, some projects. Then they can offer donation for building construction, so on and so forth. Uh, they donate books to the library. They can be invited to be part of the management. You require a student as a member of college development committee, that is the CDC. And when the peer team visits, they have a meeting with alumni, and then uh, they would like to know from alumni uh, what is it that they will do for the institution, what are the best practices of the institution that they like, what is it where they will like to give suggestions for improvement, and there also their role is very important. And I would like to say that so far as all colleges now are concerned, they generally have a legal aid center which is established. If you are advising clients, uh, you can also take help of your past students who are practicing, for example, in district courts, taluka courts, maybe even high courts and supreme courts, where they will take your legal aid cases free of charge. At least that is our experience in ILS. Our own students who have worked with the ILS Legal Aid Center, they keep on assisting us in providing free legal uh, assistance while conducting their cases in regular courts. So that is also one of the important areas. Like that, you can actually enlist n number of things where alumni will come back to you and where they will like to give back, pay back to their alma mater in way one or the other. And therefore, I said in the beginning that establish a very good student-teacher connect. Please remember that when students are with you for a long duration of 3, 5, 7 years, etc., all the time they keep on observing you. They uh, observe the way you behave, the uh, your integrity, the values that you cherish, your sincerity, and everything rather. Right from your sense of dressing, how you talk, how you laugh, what is your sense of humor, everything, how much support you have given, and how grateful they are. Everything is remembered by the student. And therefore, it becomes really responsibility of each and every teacher to be an ideal teacher for them. And if you are in that particular position, I think that if a teacher makes a request to any student to come forward and help the college in whatever way you want, I don't think that any student at any point of time will say no. That will never happen. But therefore, much depends, as I said, there is a preface to all this. The how much student connect you have established, how much efforts you have taken for your students, how quality education, how much you have given, what skills you have imparted. And once that student-teacher connect is established, where the students are convinced that these teachers of my college know only one thing, that I am the student and they are giving me the learning experience. There is nothing beyond it. There are no political connections. There are no social connections where teachers are trying to derive something from the students. When all these things are absent, it is a pure teacher-student relationship. I think each and every alumni of the college will come back, will contribute, and will help you in improving the quality of legal education. So, uh, try to reach them in whatever manner, whenever possible. Welcome them when they visit your college. You may create a formal structure, association of alumni, register that association. But see, they are all formalities. What is important is your relationship with them. And if you establish that, whether your alumni association is registered or not, that will hardly matter. Students will come back to you. And I think in them, in a lot many ways, and I have given you few examples, you can always call them, get their inputs, and you can take their help in improving the quality of your legal education. So, dear friends, this is what everything that I wanted to share with you, with a little bit of my experience going through two NAC cycles, the new manuals, all the hurdles that come while writing the SSR, trying to understand what NAC wants us to write, etc., etc. And I hope that this will provide you some guidance in your future endeavor for getting the NAC ranks. But our quest for quality should be never ending, and we should always work very hard towards that. So, with these few words, I thank you very much for giving this me opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your insights on the topic. Now, moving to the next segment of Q&A session, I would request all participants to pose their questions in chat box.
Komal, I could see one question in the chat box. It is by Srimati Sadhana Gaikwad. Okay, just look into it.
Yes. Ma'am, the very first question is, Sadhana ma'am has asked that she is using the books on media law since last 8 years for teaching to journalism students. Very informative books. Is it available in English?
I would just like to hear the question again. Yeah.
Sandhya ma'am has framed the question that she's been using your books on media
Okay.
law
Okay.
since
Okay.
last
Okay.
year.
Yeah. Actually, I'm very happy to learn that somebody is referring my book on press laws. Yeah, I wrote it long back. I think somewhere in 1991, 92, and that is in Marathi. It is not in English, but I think since there are few uh, persons like you who will like to have it in English, I will try to do it. Thank you.
Huh? Thank you, ma'am. That was the question. With this, we wind up the Q&A session. Now, I would request Dr. S.G. Shirshar sir to kindly deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Komal madam. Dear participants, today's morning is very wonderful because of the gracious presence of Joshi madam. As all over India, everybody knows ILS Law College has created a history. And under the ever guidance of Joshi madam, really it is the Deepa Stambha for all the law colleges. So we are very happy that Joshi madam has given her consent and spent a valuable time just to shape or to march to our aims and the vision which NAAC is required. So on behalf of MLNG Society, Manikchand Pahade Law College, staff, students, and participants, I am thankful to you, ma'am. At the same time, I am thankful to the all honorable members of the Marathwada Legal and General Education Society's office bearer, our honorable principal, Dr. C.M. Rao sir, Professor Sri Krishna More sir, vice principal, and also our instrumental, Dr. Aparna Kotapalle madam, IQAC coordinator of Manikchand Pahade Law College. At the same time, I am also thankful to Komal Aher for anchoring this program, and last not but the least, all our participants who has delighted this intellectual feast for their valuable time and presence for this workshop. So I will take this opportunity to thank to all the people who directly or indirectly contributed to get success for this workshop. Thank you very much.
Thank
Over
you,
to
sir.
you, Komal.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you.
With this, we end this third session. Thank you, Honorable Ma'am, and all participants to joining this session. Now I would hand over the fourth session to Ms. Chaitrali Dabulkar Ma'am.
Very good morning, everyone. On behalf of Marathwada Legal and General Education Societies, Manik Chand Pahade Law College, I, Chaitrali Dabholkar, LLB final year student, welcome you all to session 4 of National Level Online Seminar on New Process of NAAC Accreditation and Assessment of Legal Education Institution in India. The topic for session 4 is Role of Law Teachers and Expected Teaching Pedagogy for Improving Quality in Legal Education. And as resource person for session 4, we have with us Dr. Jaya Vasudevan Ma'am, Professor of Law, HNLU Raipur, who is today joining us from Germany. I welcome you, ma'am. Before we move to session, a brief introduction about Jaya ma'am. Ma'am has been Alexander von Humboldt postdoctoral fellow at the Institute for Foreign and International Private and Business Law at Heidelberg University, Germany. Ma'am holds PhD from the University of Delhi in International Commercial Arbitration Law and has got about 18 years of experience in academic and research at various acclaimed institutions, including Indian Council of Arbitration, University of Delhi, Indian Institute of Law, the Heidelberg University, and the list goes on. Also, before joining HNLU, ma'am has worked as an associate professor at Department of Business and Sustainability at EERI School of Advanced Studies. Also, her recent research has been in the field of international trade law, including dispute resolution laws and conflict management in business, with special focus on commercial and investment arbitration law. She is an active member of various widely regarded professional bodies and arbitral institutions in Europe. And at present, ma'am has focused her study on new reforms of interdisciplinary corporations in international business law, unfolding the newer challenges to sustainability in global trade. She has been awarded with, she's also been awarded with Dr. A.T. Marcos Memorial Gold Medal for securing first rank in LLM. She has also been awarded with K.C. Menon Memorial Endowment for Meritorious Student for Master's Award. Her recent research of work includes GST law in indirect taxation and comparative law of international commercial arbitration in Europe and South Asia. It is an honor to have you today with us, ma'am. And I take this opportunity on behalf of Manik Chand Pahade Law College to welcome you. Before we move to session, a request to all the respected participants to put their questions in chat box. They will definitely be answered by Jaya ma'am at the end of session. Now, without any further delay, I request Dr. Jaya Vasudevan ma'am to address the respected attendees. Jaya ma'am.
Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. We can hear you.
Okay. Yes. Thank you very much for your kind words and good morning to all the dignitaries, speakers and organizers of the seminar at the MP Law College, Aurangabad. At the outset, I would like to thank you for inviting me to speak on the topic, and I have chosen the role of teachers and expected teaching pedagogy to improve the quality of legal education. So I understand it in relation to the NAAC accreditation and the required procedures. So I would like to focus on certain aspects which might be of interest to your university, the institution, and you may try to ponder over the subject, in our subsequent discussions. So, as we all know, India has one of the largest and diverse education systems in the world, and privatization, widespread expansion, and increased autonomy and introduction of programs in new and emerging areas have improved access to higher education. And globalization has its impact, direct or indirect, in the education sector as well. So at the same time, it has also led to widespread concern on the quality and relevance of the higher education in India. So the teaching pedagogy is an important tool in designing and describing what kind of a curriculum or the course that's been offered to the student. So when you talk about the teaching pedagogy, a little bit we need to talk about the role of law teachers as well. The teaching pedagogy for the law school curriculum should be, I believe, it should be grounded on the importance of students as an end in themselves and not as a means to an end. That means the universities and its teachers, they exist because of the students. They are the primary focus of our education system and not vice versa. So what happens when the students are the very purpose of any university and its faculty, then the main purpose of the university, the function is obviously to cater the students, to make them future good global citizens. So treating them as an end in themselves and not as a means to an end, what we try to achieve is that certain essential aspects of student-centered teaching that is based on a healthy student-faculty ratio and also an overall relationship when you consider the teaching aids. So let's talk about something very general which might be of concern to all of us in today's education. To become a successful human being has to have the skill of analytical based on human calculation. Once student develops such a skill, it not only becomes useful for them in today's competitive market-based society, but also for the entire nation and to the world. And today we have, obviously there is no limitation as to borders. It's everywhere, it is free movement of goods, services, and people. So this free movement of human resources, transfer of technology, etc. have obviously helped the widespread dissemination of knowledge across the country and throughout the world. So what happens when we talk about a student who has the capacity or the developmental skills to become useful for the competitive market-based society? They must also have certain essential, basic paraphernalia that are available to them at their at their learning level. So I believe that all students must leave the universe such an analytical, and our teaching philosophy must command the students to develop such an ability. So in my personal opinion, and as a student and as a teacher, what I have seen that we can definitely assist the students to develop such an ability by providing them a positive learning environment, by respecting their right to raise critical questions in the classroom and also to come out with novel ideas regarding teaching aids, and resource allocation. So what happens, it is the most difficult times in our life, that's the pandemic period. And we have seen how we were able to switch over from the offline to the online mode. We have tried various means for providing them with the maximum potential in terms of teaching and learning. So that will also help us to analyze that, how to develop the skills of the students or the ability to learn the students from this background where they have the resources, but they don't have the potential, or what we can say, they don't have the means to achieve these goals of providing them with a positive learning environment. So what are those limitations that I would highlight to you here? I would like to highlight the point that the teachers always must remain as a student. Teacher must always remain as a student, and also there is always a scope for self-improvement at any stage. So the positive learning environment, by providing an opportunity for the students to come out with critical legal thinking, that is helping in a way to develop the teaching skills of teachers themselves, and also to radiate their knowledge or transform their knowledge to the capacity building for the student as well. So in this point, I would like to bring your attention to the fact of neutrality. What is neutrality here means? Neutrality is another important aspect of a teacher-student relationship. Students, we all know that they come from different parts of the world, making the universities across the globe a hub of multiculturalism and diverse ideas, legal standards, and in such a pluralistic world, it is a primary responsibility of a teacher to help the students to find unity in such diversities. While doing so, it's also important that the teacher takes a neutral stand without presenting themselves as supporters of any side. Teachers are the moderators and mentors of the future global citizens, and they are not supposed to be advocates of any perspective. So they should give the opportunity to the students to think wide and also to come out with their constructive ideas to build upon the topics that are being discussed in the class. So this why I pointed out this point, because of late we have come to know about certain instances wherein the teachers have been blamed for taking sides, or even examinations have been getting cancelled on account of this, the radical opinions given by the teachers, etc. So that is something which is not advisable or reasonably expected in a teaching environment. Talking about the primary responsibility of the teachers is to take a neutral stand. Now, with the general introduction, I would like to come to the specific areas of teaching or the courses in a legal institution. To start with, when you talk about the undergraduate program, the LLB program, particularly the 5-year integrated law program, an important point here is that the students, they come to the universities with different learning and understanding abilities. It is the primary responsibility of a teacher to make their lectures, their tutorials, their seminars, and any other course materials or additional, supporting reading materials that they provide to the students. They must be made available to all of them, and their standard must be appropriate to the level and aptitude of different categories of students. And being law students, we all know that we often discuss about the case laws, the judgments of courts, tribunals, and foreign courts also. So have to make them easily accessible to the students. That's one of the major responsibility of a teacher. And also it is not only about making them available, but also making them accessible, and also have to assimilate the knowledge contained in those materials with the limited capacity of the students. So once they come and join for a 5-year integrated programs, we know that they are all in the stage of adolescence, and they are not even, they may not have a good knowledge about what's law, what ought to be law, and all the jurisprudential concepts of law. So to analyze a judgment or a statute for that matter, or any foreign tribunal or a court's judgment, obviously the teacher must have had a very solid knowledge about the subject, and then there would be a necessity of conferring this knowledge onto the students by providing them an opportunity to read it, to analyze it, to discuss it by following maybe a case methods mode of teaching, a discussion method of teaching, or an analytical method of teaching. So that is very important. And this kind of a teaching or discussions, it should always be done on an equitable basis. What do you mean by equitable basis? That is equitable treatment that shall be given to different students who come from different backgrounds, social, economic, and political, and also to see that all of these students, they have been given an opportunity to present their views fairly, reasonably, and also without having any kind of prejudices or bias. So that is very important on the part of the teachers. So we often see that, the curriculum that when we discuss about, or the syllabus that might contain certain essential reading materials, case laws, etc. But often we forget about the fact that how to analyze a case law. I remember even my LLB days, when the teachers used to come and talk about the judgments, the ratio of the judgments. We were wondering why that, the ratio is important. What is at the other part of the judgment? Are they not relevant? Are the discussions or the passing references made by the judges, they are not relevant or what? So when only when you are able to discuss the students with the background, the facts, the factual metrics, the issues, and how to identify the issues and how to relate these issues with the facts, how the evidence are being assessed, analyzed, and what are the relevant legal issues that have been discussed, and what are the reference cases that have been looked into, and also how these cases have been analyzed and interpreted in the light of the current requirements of the case. So all these facts are important when you analyze a case. How many of us are able to give that kind of an introduction to the student with respect to a particular case? That is very important. It's not about reading a case material or a guide or encourage the students to read the original judgments by going to the library, reading the Supreme Court reports or the SEC, the case file reporters. And then they would get an idea as to by paragraph, when they read the judgment, they would obviously, that would generate an interest in the mind of the students with respect to analyzing critically, or developing a critical thinking in terms of case laws. Not merely mugging what is being stated in the textbooks or in the case materials. That would only tell you about the ratio of the judgment, that is what the final concluding statement that was made by the judge. It's not that about the case. It's all about, how the case has been evolved, how the discussions have been through, and also to see how they have arrived at the decision. That is how the students must understand the cases. And that is very important. Why I have referred to cases or emphasized on cases here, because it's teaching a law subject or learning about a law topic, it's all about learning how that particular topic has come to existence, how it's been evolved, developed, and grown into a topic of substantial debate or a discourse in the recent times or in the contemporary world. So the judicial and legislative interpretations given to the topic, that's very important. And that interpretation can be well construed by the students with the help of a proper case law analysis. That's what the importance. And also, when you talk about the importance of case laws, at the same time, I would say the teachers must take a little more extra effort, particularly during their tutorial or doubt clearing sessions, to make the students with not all the students have the same IQ or the learning capacity. So if there are students with a little limited learning skills or lower learning skills, then the teachers must help them to understand what they teach during the lectures. It is, I don't know how many of you are really devoting time, especially for taking care of those students who come from the weaker sections. And, at the moment I'm teaching at the Hidayatullah National University, you all know that Raipur or Chhattisgarh is a place where we give a certain kind of special preference to the locals, the domicile students. So most of them come from the rural parts of the state, and their access to resources or their learning capacity is limited by a lot of infrastructural deficities. So there, as a teacher, when I joined the university last year, I was in Delhi teaching at the tertiary school, and before that I was abroad doing my research. So nowhere I had faced such a situation wherein in a classroom you come across students with with what we can say, very large scale of variation in terms of their learning capacities. So you always used to think that, they have the students, if they are of the same age group or their peers, obviously they share the same mind, same level of knowledge, analyzing capacity, and also the thinking, modes. But I realized that it is not true. So obviously I had to spend a lot of time on tutorials and other analytical sessions when I used to interact with the students. But obviously, last year we were only being able to give classes through the online mode. So there were some limitations in terms of delivering capacity on my part, but still I tried to make it a point that I gave them some extra hours to those students who were having problem with the language, with the subject, with their, as I told you, the knowledge resources or the basic understanding or analytical skills. So that is again another great what we answer. It's a responsibility, rather a challenge for the teachers when you talk about providing them with the necessary resources in the class throughout the lecturing period or through the tutorial or other doubt clearing session. So that is also very important. I believe I'm audible. There was a network issue here. Actually, I'm traveling, so I tried to, kind of locate myself to one place and then attend the session. So that's one problem. Could be, and if there is any network issue, please bear with me. I will try to conclude my views as effectively as possible with the limited, internet access I have here.
We can hear you clearly.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes. So I was discussing about the role of the teachers in developing this critical analysis or critical thinking capacity with the students in terms of case laws and analytical thinking. Yes. So when you're talking about students with lower learning skills and providing them with some additional facilities to improve upon their standards of learning, so obviously at the same time, what about those students who have who are with maybe higher learning skills? Teachers should also light up questions with higher levels, providing them with additional reading materials from where they can find those materials, and also to see that the kind of questions or the kind of what we can say the critical ideas that they come up with, or that ingenuity or the novelty in their ideas, the teacher should always try to promote them. I remember we used to have a, there could be some teachers who are not very happy to know that the student is asking something which may be out of syllabus, which may be outside the scope of classroom discussion. But if it has got some indirect, relation to the topic, or if you think that, the way the student has taken the subject to another level and brought about another topic to be discussed in the class, if it is going to help the classroom discussions, or if it is going to improve upon the scope of the discussion or the extent to which the discussion could be taken further. So definitely the teachers should help those students with higher learning capacity to come up with such options and come up with such what we can say there, interactions, or it could be a continued interaction also. I'm not talking about a one single class wherein the students would come up with lot many questions. So, but it could be, so the teacher should make it a point that their classroom discussions are always subject to continued interactions with different students having different levels of learning capacity, and depending upon the merits of the discussions or the questions being posed by the students, the teachers must shed light on their questions and then try to improve upon their thinking capacity by providing them an opportunity to take their discussions to another level by providing them with additional reading materials. So that is yet another scope for a classroom pedagogy when you talk about discussions on the basis of case law analysis. Now, apart from those kind of indirect or direct helping hand that's been provided by the teachers to the students to demonstrate their skills in different levels, at the same time you are trying to help the students to understand the novelty of the subject, the contemporary standards or the contemporary developments in the subject, and also to also for them to understand or to diagnose that what we can say, identify the different levels of literature that are available based on that subject. And if there is a gap in the existing research, obviously the students can be encouraged to come out with their own publications, their own writing. And it's not about writing. We must be, all of them, all of us are aware about the internal continuing assessment programs and all. But there, the teachers or the students, they are happy providing them with the further reading materials and then coming out with the write-ups, etc. So they're quality write-ups, they should be encouraged to get it published. Irrespective, there are many student journals available in the country and abroad also. And if the students who are able to write at a very good standard and with the higher learning skills and understanding levels, then the teacher must also help the students to get it published in journals, national or international, and that would definitely boost up the interest in the mind of the students with respect to the topic. And that is how they understand, or that is how they try to explicate the idea that how one should take up research topics in their future career. And at the undergraduate level itself, the student must be having an idea regarding what step they should take next in their career level, whether to go for a post-graduation program or to join some other organizations, NGOs, or other government institutions to promote their idea of knowledge. That's it. So that is all these are important when you talk about the classroom interactions and the critical thinking that the teachers are supposed to develop in the mind of the students. So in doing so, we must also take the help of learning aids, including virtual and computer assisted ones. The technology, we have all been through a lot of challenges regarding the technology intervention in learning. And most of us have learned how to make use of the technology to the optimal level. So that should now be an added advantage to our teaching curriculum. So it's also, when you use the smart boards or the classrooms, which are equipped with the modern technologies. So it's a challenge to measure the aptitude of each of the student. In a classroom where 80 students are sitting or 80 or more students are sitting, definitely it's a greater challenge for the teacher to assess or get into the mind of each of the student and then to understand their requirements or needs. But as a general, rule, what we need to provide them with is that whatever you discuss or teach in the class or on a particular day, the necessary accessories in terms of available literature, available resources, available cases, reading materials, textbooks, they shall all be provided them in advance. And also, if they have not been able to have a proper interaction or a prior interaction on the subjects to be discussed in a particular class, then we can even think of measuring the aptitude of a student by providing them an opportunity to deal with tools such as assignments, surprise test. It could even be kind of, something that you ask them directly, like scheduled questions or so, which could be in the form of multiple choice, filling the blank, short answer, essays, etc. So that would definitely give the students to put it in black and white as to what they're thinking or their understanding about a particular topic, and how the classroom discussions have been continuously assessing them, and how far it's been helpful to the students to formulate their ideas and then to put it in the form of a certain expressions. That's it. So when you discuss about these kind of, what we talk about, the setting of the learning goals based on a prescribed curriculum, it's also important that at both at undergraduate and postgraduate teaching, the syllabus and the detailed course outline, it shall describe its objectives of the course, what the students, what the course is trying to achieve by being offered to the students, and also the type of pedagogy that you are trying to follow while offering that course, the learning outcomes, and learning outcomes should always be mapped with or it should have been the proper linkage has to be established between the objectives and the learning outcome. So that is where the importance of the teaching pedagogy lies. So this is actually the connecting link between the objectives and the teaching or the learning outcome, that what the pedagogy would suggest. So these are the important aspects that one should integrate or include as part of the course outline or the syllabus. So that itself would help the students to formulate or their ideas or they form an opinion regarding the potential scope of the subject. If it is being offered as an elective or an optional subject, it's all the more important. More so, the student should be in a position to understand, that how the topic or that particular course is going to help them in their future studies. So that is also very important. And also the outline or the teaching, that syllabus or the module should also contain, each of the modules should suggest, the respective reading materials or the articles, journal notes, cases, or any books or chapters that could be looked into while studying that particular module. That's also very important. So per module, if you give the learning materials, that would be very advantageous to the students, so that at the end of the day, they are in a position to understand what is the basis of their study and where they should start and where they should finish with. That's it. So that is also very important. So apart from that, the evaluation criteria, that is also very important, and it is for the universities to prescribe the evaluation method, and the teachers are the masters. They know that how each of the subject or the course is to be evaluated, and the evaluation component should be discussed in advance with the students, and the teacher may formulate the components or they make sub-components and then help the students to go through the process through a mutually learning environment. That's very important. And the students should also know each time when they are being introduced to a new topic, they should know the answers to the questions like what they have to learn or why they have to learn and how and from where they can learn it and how they will be graded. And their participation or whether it's all about how they are able to manage their time in the class, in the examination, etc., or the way they are able to express their thoughts in a critical legal way. That's also very important. So that is why we say that the course outline or the modules that are prescribed under the syllabus, they have to be prepared with such a meticulous and also which is such certain constructive thinking on the part of the teachers to make it productive and promising for the students who are taking up that subjects in the future. So that is it. So when we ask questions like why should the student learn this particular subject, or why and what they should learn out of this subject, when you talk about the learning outcome, that is what exactly we are trying to explore, that what's the learning outcome and why. That's also talking about the objectives, and also talking about how they have been graded. So that is actually giving, we are giving a certificate or an assessment of a student on the basis of that knowledge that we have provided to them on that particular subject. So if a student has scored good marks in a subject, that implies the fact that the student has learned the subject well, understood the subject well, and he has an interest in knowing about the subject further. So that is what exactly it means. So the evaluation and the components that we prescribe in the evaluation modes, they play an important role in assessing the thinking capacity of the student in terms of any particular subject that's been offered to them. That's also very important. And from the beginning of every academic session, the student has the right to know about these facts and also the procedures to be followed. And so that, it's also important to ensure that the teaching for the entire session, that teaching, that pedagogy is progressed through these tracks. That's very important. So that is how we should, so I hope I made it clear to you that how to formulate the teaching pedagogy and the teaching learning resources for an undergraduate program. Now coming back to the postgraduate programs, we can see that the master's programs, now most of the universities or the colleges, they are offering the programs in 1 year, and earlier it used to be 2 years. And from our times, when I did my program, it was such an intensive program stretched upon for 4 semesters with a very, very difficult, the teaching components. And now the 1 year program has obviously, it has shrink the whole curriculum into a small time duration, and also that the fact that it has been shrunk into a small period, that obviously assumes great responsibility on the part of the teachers and the students. The teachers have to, what we used to learn or teach in 2 years, now we have to teach and learn that in 1 year. So the responsibility is more. So the curriculum, the pedagogy has to be designed accordingly. So what I understand that most of the laws universities offer effective programs for higher education, for a higher learning, especially in the legal education sector. So when you talk about these effective academic programs for the manpower development, this is just to meet the rapidly changing needs of the job market. So when you come to the post-graduation level, obviously the students, they are much more career oriented, and they are much more, focused in terms of securing the most suitable job for them. So the academic programs must be designed to meet this challenge of the job market. And also the job market here means, we all know that the job market is highly competitive, and the subjects, the technical subjects, like maybe when you are teaching traditional subjects like constitutional law, criminal law, or the procedural laws, obviously the students, those interested students, they must be focusing more joining the practice, the litigation, the judiciary, etc. And supposedly a student who is much more interested in a commercial law or a corporate law subjects like a competition law, arbitration law, or international trade law, investment law, their focus must be much more wider, or maybe they are focusing on joining a corporate law firm, or maybe the industries, or the sectors which have wider scope for their further enhancement of the knowledge. So the teachers, they have a greater role, either responsibility for framing the syllabus and formulating the modules or the ideas into the syllabus fitting to the requirements of the students. That's also very important. So specialization, that is why in master's courses we offer specialization. That is just to condense the idea of a wider knowledge in terms of focused learning. That's it. So this role of Department of Postgraduate Studies normally at the universities is to promote interdisciplinary learning, and also to keep up with the changing environment of law and society. So at this level, when you talk about interdisciplinary, for example, I teach normally the business law, the trade law. So I always try to teach them in the context of the present law, with relation to that of economics, and also to see that how the society, the global, the trade community for requirements of a changing, ever-changing world. So that is what we try to assess. So it is actually a kind of a transnational concept that we talk about in terms of interdisciplinary or multidisciplinary learning. So law is not limited to any one particular area only. It is a very plural subject, which has got intrinsic relationship with the other areas, other subjects, other sciences, social sciences, and even scientific, life sciences also. When you talk about biotechnology and law, we mostly talk about the life sciences and how the advancement in law and technology has helped the human society to improve, humanity to improve on their standard of life, in terms of their standard of life, or the advancements in the medical sector and other issues. So, for example, when you were talking about the issue, let's take, for example, the COVID-19 pandemic. the last year or the previous year, we are discussing about the deficiency in terms of allocation of vaccines and, the responsibility on the part of the respective governments, etc. And the import-export regulations that we discussed about. We discussed about the immunities in terms of diplomatic protections. We discussed about the export-import regulations of foreign trade policy and what are actually the agreements, the TRIPS agreements. Even we discussed the WTO obligations. We discussed, see, from where to where we have gone. We were talking about a flu, a disease which could have had its implications at different levels of learning and understanding, when you talk about the issues from a legal perspective. That's it. So that is what actually the advantage of as law students, law teachers, lawyers. Why? Because we have the potential to take our areas of interest or subjects of study to different levels, which would cover obviously a huge or a higher level of multidisciplinary learning. That's very important. So at the post-graduation level, this multidisciplinary or the interdisciplinary learning is very important. So that is nothing is limited to what we are actually if you are always circumvented by what is written in the textbook, so you are actually limiting your thinking capacity. So that should never happen. You should always think out of the box and then come up with ideas that would provoke, that would promote their research interest and help them to understand the subject in a more novel manner. That's very important in the LLM programs. So the role of the postgraduate studies department should be to promote this interdisciplinary learning and to keep up with the changing environment of law and society. So at this level, what one should do, they should focus on the teaching of subjects that accentuates the independence of law and allied subjects. I told you that how these subjects are intrinsically or closely connected to each other, the proximity, the link. So that should be done while trying to emphasize on the potential to achieve the task of competitive advantages by learning such a interdisciplinary subject in a globalized world. That's it. So for example, you offer a specialization course on corporate law. But the syllabus for a particular university, it is not necessary that the same syllabus is being offered in other universities as well. Obviously, as an organization or a regulatory body, UGC has prescribed certain, mandatory core subjects, and beyond which we are able to provide them with additional learning facilities by offering electives or optionals, etc. So that's all within the university and their, internal management and structural system to allow the teachers to come up with fresh ideas as to how to deliver a particular subject in terms of offering the optimal use of a specialization course. That's it. So that is very important when you talk about a post-graduation study, and that is only then you will be able to compete with students from other universities. I'm not only talking about universities in India, maybe probably students who have interest to go out of the country and to study in foreign universities to compete with the students in those universities. Obviously, this competitive edge is very important. So obviously, you should have an edge on them in terms of multidisciplinary learning and to understand how this subject is being taught in a global education system. That is it. So in other universities, what focus they have been giving, what is happening at the globe, what is happening in the world around you, that makes you more intrigued and also, to very optimistic about learning the subject, and then, to focus on areas which might not be directly covered under the domestic law subjects, but could be of interest when it comes to teaching in a international legal environment. That is very important. So that is one aspect of a teaching of a post-graduation course in the multidisciplinary manner. And yeah, when we talk about, that the competitive advantages that the post-graduation courses with this, what we can say, the structured courses, or, that the improvised courses that can offer you. For example, legal education with the objective of transferring professionals with a technological background. There could be entrepreneurs or, business people, and every business is different, we know that. And in business, disputes and misunderstandings are bound to arise. So no business is free of any conflict. So when you talk about business in the transnational context, you are talking about business between individuals, investors, global partners, corporates, and transnational, companies. So then, you need to know about, how this particular business is perceived in other countries, how their expectations as to how the dispute shall be resettled, or how, that each of these provisions in the contract shall be interpreted. So all these are very important. So when you are limiting your study only with the Indian Contract Act, or what is the meaning of a contract, essentials of a contract, valid terms in a contract. So all these things are actually limiting your capacity to ponder over the areas which could be easily available or easily accessible in other parts of the world, and that could, obviously improve upon your quest for knowledge, and also to transform you from a student and the domestic legal system to a student at the international legal system. So that is very important. When you are framing the syllabus, these aspects are particularly important to be considered. And always make the syllabus, very contemporary, very recent, and also to match the requirements of the present scenario. That's why it's very important. Whatever subject you learn, it's important to know that because we have passed through a very unusual situation of a pandemic scene. So what happens, earlier the courts used to sit physically and take examination of evidence, witnesses, and then, hearings used to take place in person. But now, there was a period when everything was conducted online. Then naturally, that doubt might come into the mind of a public that how this is being done so easily, and how effectively it could be done, how far it's been effective, and whether the judgment is given on the basis of a proper analysis or assessment of the evidence, or it's been correctly discussed, correctly interpreted. So these doubts could be there. So we must try to understand each of the subjects, that from this context as well, how the law has been in operation in the last 2 years, irrespective of the nature of the subject or the scope of the subject, or the what we say the different, the potential, or the necessity of learning that subject from a domestic context or from an international context. Why I differentiated domestic and international? For example, when you talk about a criminal law, we usually, try to limit the study within the Indian legal system, right? But when you're talking about a trade law, or, business law or commercial law, we try to expand it beyond the territory, beyond the Indian legal system, to take it up to further levels in terms of international studies. So that is what. So, but in the COVID time, when you talk about assessment of evidence, or, proper examination of particular case, and then how the judgment has been provided, how the online dispute resolution was taking place, how the online hearing was taking place, how the digital technology has been used, how the digital market was functioning, all these aspects, obviously there was no limitation as to borders. So everything was happening in the usual way, as if it was happening anywhere in the world, it was happening everywhere. So that was it. So that is why we should understand the subject from a very from a common perspective to that of a what we call it as very recent, that is more technologically oriented, and also to see that how these changes have been progressing, and these changes, so any change, the progress in the change, that would obviously help to understand the subject in a very different way, and also the changes would definitely help us to accept the situation with its all pluses and minuses, and also to see that there is a scope for a radical change in the existing scenario, in terms of certain concepts that we have understood. We never thought that in a courtroom the hearing could take place in online mode, right? Except for certain special conditions. But now it has happened. It has been happening from the highest to the lowest court in the country. So how the technology has been able to assimilate these challenges, so that you should examine from the context of each of the subjects, and to analyze it in such a way. And also law, for example, competition law. Competition law, when you look at, we often talk about a physical market structure, right? And market-based economy, how the free and fair competition is being ensured, and what are the regulations being prescribed by law, etc. But when you talk about a digital market, how the same competition law shall be applied there also. You cannot simply say that it has been applied only to the physical market. The law remains the same, but the situation has changed. So how to stretch the law, or how to make the existing law available, or existing law applicable to the changing scenario, that is very important. So that is again another important aspect that we should take into consideration while discussing about courses at the post-graduation level. Yes, so that is one thing. And Yes. So why it is relevant? I told you that. So the interdisciplinary level of learning and also the competitive learning that would help the students to more model their thinking and then to become professionals in any respective area that they would choose in future. That is also there. Then the next aspect would be all about understanding and interpreting the law in the global context. That a little bit about it I have already discussed, but also that for each of the subject specialization, this interpretation of law, it would pose different challenges. So the discrepancies or the variations on each subject with respect to the interpretative skills that we should adopt or we should import from other subjects. So that are also that plays an important role or a significant role in the capacity building. So that is very important. So the teachers have a major role to play here. Why? Because we are also students. We are learning every day with the students. We are learning new subjects, new things, new topics, new scope for each subject. So obviously there is a new release for every day, subject being taught in the class. So obviously the teachers would be in a position to understand the relevance of a particular subject and the scope of interpretation to meet the requirements of the current society. So that is also very important. So as technology, similarly, I told you that technology it also demands application of law to realize its desired outcome to the maximum extent possible. So nowhere there should be limitation in terms of learning capacity. That is what our idea should be. See, and we cannot categorically state that a law school situated in Delhi can be compared to that, which might be like we can say it's situated in some rural areas of the country, rural parts of the country. So there are some infrastructure limitations, but these infrastructure limitations can be overcome by providing them with the necessary accessories and reading materials and knowledge resources which a teacher might have access to, the student might not have it. But so that is how we should be able to help them with the maximum extent possible. That's it. So in other words, we can say that to comprehend the technology and to trade in a multidisciplinary way, the understanding of the rules and regulations existing in a particular field is very important, and also to have a updated knowledge and a realistic understanding. It's not about the updated knowledge, it is about the realistic understanding how this knowledge can be put into application, put into practice. That's it. See, knowledge of law doesn't make everything feasible, right? It is actually when the knowledge is being put into practice, then that law becomes more viable, more feasible, more robust. That is it. See, we have all studied jurisprudence. So there, Salman says, what do you mean by a right? Right is something that is an interest that is protected by law. So that means when you have an interest, when you have a certain expectations from the society, from your rulers, from the government, and when those expectations are supported by the legal backing or a law or a statutory provision, so obviously you can easily get those rights enforceable. That's it. So only when you are able to enforce your right, only when you are able to realize your right, then only there is a meaning in that. So that is a general presumption, right? So that to realize your right to learn new things, so to realize your potential or the capacity to learn new things. So obviously there should be a proper backing from the universities, from the institutions, from the technological, and as well as the pedagogical support from the teachers, the other infrastructural support also. I mean to say the library support, the classrooms, the teaching aids, and other necessary like equipments that are required for the best classroom renderings. That's also very important. So to achieve this object, obviously, we may have kind of many universities and law schools have now different centers of excellence or chairs, that can be formed to establish a concurrence in the practice of multidisciplinary teaching. That's also very important. So these are some of the ideas that we can adopt, in terms of pedagogy and the responsibility of a teacher to deliver that pedagogy to the postgraduation levels. Now, the last point I would like to submit here is about the PhD programs. The PhD programs are also very important, playing the most important part of, the question as to how would you create an innovative learning environment, So that is it. So PhD is, or the doctoral program is an area where the students have a lot of freedom, lot of scope for improving upon their, as I told you, the critical legal thinking, their analytical capacity, their resource-based knowledge, and their quest for looking for further reading materials. So to create an innovative learning environment for students with the adaptive expertise, I already told you, because the students may not have the same level of learning skills. So then, from the lower learning skills to the higher learning skills, and from the higher learning skills to the highest learning skills, we must establish an adaptive learning technology, adaptive learning environment. That is a job of the teacher, the responsibility of the teacher. So that is more easily commutable in terms of a doctoral student and a supervisor. That is what I said. It is mostly, it's easy to create an innovative learning environment during the research programs. So what is important here is to build a healthy student-supervisor relationship based on exactly what you call it, transversal principles of learning. Transversal means the vice versa, the both ways it should be a mutual learning. So to achieve this objective, certain important points that I would like to bring to your attention. First of all, setting learning goals based on a prescribed curriculum and achieving those goals. So the student, that is why the research proposal is very important. You must be knowing when you are applying for a PhD program or the universities, they ask for a synopsis or a research proposal on which you are working. So that proposal might highlight, that your objective, your learning goal with respect to that subject. See, at the beginning, obviously, nobody would be very sure about how they would like to go about the subject, or they would like to discuss the issue, or they would like to do a focused research on the subject. But at least you should have a prescribed goal or an aim to choose a particular subject. That should be very clear. And then making sessions and course materials appropriate for a different level or different categories of students. That's the main reason now that the UGC has also prescribed certain fundamental compulsory purpose for the PhD programs. The coursework is compulsory, and the coursework also includes certain purpose, certain subjects which are mandatory for the students to learn. So that is just to fill in the gap, or that bridging the gap between different students with the different learning capacities. And then also it is all about appropriateness in the use of digital technology, stimulation and the simulation and role playing. The role playing by the students, especially when you talk about certain subjects which have a lot of scope or potential for empirical legal research, and so that can be used, in addition to the traditional methods of a test-based doctoral research. And then connecting this learning process across disciplines and broadens to inculcate analytical thinking among students. So that's also very important. So that is connecting the learning processes which can be used mostly to widen their knowledge and also to expand their knowledge in terms of analytical thinking. And then making an assessment for learning and not of learning. So assessment for learning and not of learning. So that means you should always be open to newer novel ideas and also the new scope for the subjects. So that is making an assessment for learning and not of learning. Of learning is always limited, for learning is always expanded. That's a very important thing. So with this, I would like to conclude my talk, and let me say a few things in the end. Giving emphasis to research in any form through a systematic learning, it plays an important role in the success of any institution. And teachers, they are the master brains behind the success of any institution, and also to bringing that kind of a bondage between the students and the institution. So special focus on courses like research methodology, technical writing, research and publication ethics, etc. are given a lot of importance under the UGC curriculum. The recent national education policy, I believe you must have already discussed about it in the previous sessions. So, and the pedagogy based on that new formula suggested by the NEP. So that will definitely, I hope, help the students to achieve their goals, and also what we can say, to move in accordance with the flow, of the current education sector and the challenges that are being posed to us. So with this, I conclude my talk, and once again, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to give my few thoughts, about the subject. So I'm a teacher who is teaching a specialized area on corporate law, but it was very interesting for me to talk about something which is, primarily about the institution building and the teaching goals of any university. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ma'am. for sharing insights on the topic. We have a question in chat box. With your permission, I would quote it.
Please.
Am I audible? Yes. The question is asked by Aparna Male ma'am. And here I quote, your ideas about slow learners to improve academically.
Yes, that is I spoke about it. It is all about how you can do your best with respect to help the students through some remedial classes, through tutorials, or to give them some additional extra hours to help them if they are showing their interest in learning, but due to some other incapacities or some the limitations or the learning limitations, I meant to say, if they are not able to come up to the level of a higher level learning skills, then obviously as a teacher we can provide them with the best available opportunity and provide them with materials which are easily understandable, which are easy to it's not only about understanding, it is also about how they are able to assimilate the knowledge content in that resource in terms of their level of understanding. That's also there in their level of knowledge. So there you can always stand as a tool or as a helping hand to bridge the gap between the higher level of learning and the lower level of learning when it comes to students with some limitations in their learning capacity. That is it. So I said, as a teacher, obviously it's all up to you, how you to help the students by obviously putting an extra effort and some special benefits to the students. If it is accrued out of it, definitely it's nothing more than that, I believe. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. I cannot see any questions further, so can we move to next segment with your permission?
Yes, you can proceed.
Yes. Concluding today's session, now I request Dr. D.B. Kolte sir to propose vote of thanks.
Thank you, Chaitrali. A very good afternoon to all. It is my privilege to propose a vote of thanks of these 4 sessions of today's national seminar on the theme of new process of NAAC accreditations and assessment of legal education institutions in India, sponsored by NAAC Bangalore. On behalf of management staff and students and college, I extend a hearty vote of thanks of this to our research person of this 4th session, Dr. Jaya Vasudevan, Madam, Professor of Law, Hidayatullah National University, Raipur, who enlightened us on the sub-theme of role of law teachers and expected teaching pedagogy for improving quality in legal education. Madam, who spared time from her busy schedule to grace these occasions, and today we had an opportunity to hear your thoughts, and this will surely encourage participants, students, and teachers. Today we got a lot of information which will truly help us and give a deep insight in it. I would like to express sincere thanks to Madam once again. I express a sincere thanks to all the participants throughout India, and a special mention of thanks to our respected principal, Dr. C.M. Rao sir, Vice Principal More sir, IQSC coordinator and coordinator of this seminar, Dr. Aparna Kotapalle, and special thanks to anchorer Chaitrali Dahodkar and Shubham Jaiswal, who handled this technical thing. Once again, I express all those who have assisted and helped us to organize these sessions of this national seminar. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir. Jaya ma'am, thank you very much for taking time out, and it was honor to have you today.
My
Moving
pleasure.
further, and here I conclude with the permission of dignitaries that session 4 has been successfully completed. I now hand over the charge to Tejaswini Mone for session 5.
35.
Thank you, Chaitrali. Good afternoon, one and all. I, Tejaswini Muni, student of BA LLB final year from MP Law College, welcome you for the 5th session of National Level Seminar on new processes of NAAC accreditation and assessment of legal education institutions in India. Sponsored by NAAC and organized by Manikchand Pahade Law College, Aurangabad, Maharashtra. For this session, we are honored to have with us Dr. Jeet Singh Maan, Associate Professor, NLU Delhi, to guide us on the topic legal research and financial assistance in legal education institutions. Sir has completed his LLM in labor law from Jodhpur University, Rajasthan. Yes, sir.
Madam,
Yes.
I think that is not important. Let us start the session. We have very limited time. And yeah, let me upload the PPT. And friends, very good afternoon. And I'm grateful to Professor C.M. Rao, Dr. Aparna, and other faculty members of the college to give me this opportunity to interact with you. Basically, I'm a teacher. And for me, other things are not so relevant because the person is known for his contribution, not for his designation.
Indeed.
Right? I'm
Yes.
here to discuss some issues regarding formulating or drafting research proposal.
Yes.
Discussion is important, and I believe in dialogue. If you have any question at any point of time, maybe relevant or maybe irrelevant, you are most welcome. Number two, language is not important, right? If any doubt, any clarification in Hindi, you are most welcome. Because the language, I believe language is a reflection of somebody, not a reflection of somebody's intelligence. It's a mode of communication. So don't hesitate to interact, to raise questions, right? So let us start this discussion on drafting research proposal, how to draft research proposal, the components of research proposal, right? Then budget estimate and important requirements of drafting a research proposal. Research has become an integral part of teaching and learning process, profession. I think let me just upload because then you can't share unless. So you have to permit me to upload this PPT. I can't share that.
Please
Can you
wait.
permit me to upload the?
Yes, sir. Please
Wait,
wait.
sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. You can try now.
I don't know what's happening. After only position to upload that PPT, that entire key desktop. Hey, what's happening? I think there's some problem in uploading that PPT. I'm unable to upload that PPT.
Sir, please wait. Our technician will help you out. Just a moment.
I'm sending you the PPT in case it is possible.
Sir, can you share a screen as it is?
Just a minute, sir. Screen as it is.
There is an option, share button, and then you
Okay.
can click on your window.
Oh,
That
got it now. Got it now.
PowerPoint
Got it now.
presentation. Yes, sir.
I
Yes.
think it is. Can you see that now?
Just a minute, sir.
Is it visible?
Yes, sir. File is preparing, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Your screen is visible.
Okay, fine. Thank you. So friends, drafting research proposal, that is very, very important. And we have already discussed the formalities of this particular discussion. And we have to understand that learning is a continuous process. We learn from each and every person, each and every activity, each and every assignment. We learn from students and students learn from us. And we cannot claim any copyright over any subject or maybe topic or maybe uh, any specialization, because a person is recognized of his contribution, not otherwise. So we require quality teachers who can do research, formulate research proposal. What was happening before introduction of all these reforms regarding empowering teachers to conduct empirical research? People used to become teachers, professors, associate professors, without doing any research and without teaching also. Now UGC has introduced some norms. See, these norms and regulations have been criticized by some of the stakeholders on the ground, that it becomes very difficult to conduct research, right? To submit research proposal, besides teaching assignment. So these are, I think, some of the constraints, especially in case of colleges, where most of the time is devoted towards teaching assignment. No time is left for research, empirical research, or any other research. Teachers are involved in administrative as well as academic related activities. But the time has changed. Teachers are expected to do research, quality research, and research is an integral part of teaching. Teaching cannot be improved upon. The quality of teaching cannot be so good unless you do some quality research. And research is an integral part of any profession, whether you talk about teaching profession or maybe legal practice or maybe judiciary or etc. etc. So we do research, but quality of research varies from individuals to individual. So if you want to excel and survive in the legal profession, you must do research. There is no alternative available. CCS, Career Advancement Scheme, for appointment, a teacher is expected to write some research papers, 10 research papers in case of professor, some research papers in case of associate professor. And same is a requirement, a major component of NAAC accreditation, NIF ranking. You talk about any ranking of universities, world ranking, you would find a major component in the form of a research assignment, research component. So we cannot ignore this research component, right? So teaching and research are integral part of legal profession. So therefore, drafting of research proposal becomes very important, very pertinent. So today we are going to discuss how to draft a research proposal, the components of a quality research proposals, how to submit, where to submit, and some essential requirements of budget components, budgetary components of research proposals. Right? Now starting with research. What is the research? And this is very pertinent with respect to framing research proposal, drafting research proposal. If there is a scope of research, you can formulate research proposal. You can write research paper. If everything is well settled, there is no scope of research, then research cannot be conducted. That is very, very important to mention. Research is an honest, exhaustive, intelligent, searching of facts. So basically, research is an honest investigation, inquiry into of specific facts, specific issues, and generalization is never considered as a research, right? So repetition of existing literature, collection of existing literature, or compilation of existing literature can never be treated as a quality research, but we do it because see, data is available, a large chunk of data is available at click of mouse, but half of the data is relevant, half of the data is uh, quality data, authentic data. These are the issues which are really related to that internet data. So internet data is a serious problem, though it is easily available. So number two question is, why do research? See, if somebody is not feeling well, the person is expected to visit a doctor. If person is sick, he is expected to visit a doctor or medical professional or medical practitioner. If person is a perfectly all right person, he does not have any health implications, then you don't expect the person to visit a doctor or go for some investigation. So same logic is also applicable to a legal research or a research in social sciences. If there is a problem, there is a research question, there is a research gap, then you are expected to identify research issues, analyze research issues, inquire into all those research issues, and come out with appropriate recommendations or solutions. And again, we have problem with understanding of law in social science. Most of the scholars are under the impression that social science is different from law. Now, if that is the case, why do you require law? And you see that historical perspective of implementation of law or origination of law or creation of law. We require law to regulate society. Law regulates society or stakeholders of society. So we require law. If society behaves in a particular perfect manner, there is no problem regarding violation of rule of law. We don't require law. Law is an instrument to control society. So therefore, you require to understand the interface between social science and law. Law is an integral part of social science. You cannot examine true character of law without understanding social sciences. So many theories have been developed. You can conduct any research to find out significance or importance of that control component. Like John Austin says, that law is an instrument of control. Legal sanction is always important. And you have so many instruments. RTI has been implemented in order to take care of access to public information. But there are some countries where there is no requirement of RTI. There is no requirement of this prevention of corruption law, because society has regulated its activities. Society has behaved in orderly manner. But it does not happen in most of the cases, right? So research is not a comparison of data, gathering of information, but it involves analysis, analytical approach, and solution of the identified problem. So you must do research in an area where you are interested, you have expertise, and for that purpose, you should not be biased. We do it. We have that impression, we are biased, and that bias is reflected in our findings, because findings are not based on any data, logical data, complete data, unbiased data. So we draw conclusions solely on the basis of our assumptions, our perceptions. So it becomes very difficult to come out some kind of logical findings, logical recommendations. So when you draft research proposal, you should be objective. Your research proposal must be based on objective facts, undisputed facts. With the proper analysis, you must be in a position to locate the gaps, research issues where there is a scope of research, and research would certainly lead to policy changes, would certainly stimulate larger public interest. If research is only for the purpose of academic interest, then the agencies like NCW, ICSSR, UGC, or maybe NHRC, or you took out any agency, Department of Law and Justice, or international agencies, are unlikely to consider or approve a research proposal. So we are going to discuss essential requirements or pertinent factors which are required to be taken into consideration while drafting research proposal. So any question, friends, regarding research? What is a research? Why research? And how research is done? That is very, very important. How to conduct research, how to practice research methodology. So we know what is the research methodology, but most of us are not very sure about practicing research methodology. So when you write research proposal, draft research proposal, you must practice that research methodology. You must explain the systematic approach and the components of the research proposal. Then your research proposal is likely to be approved or accepted. And that important issue, subject matter understanding. Of course, you must know a research methodology, but understanding of subject matter is very, very important. Understanding subject matter with integrated understanding, fundamental subject matter at the first place, then next, integrated understanding of subject matter, how the subject matter is related to other jurisdictions, other disciplines. That is very, very important to come out with some holistical research proposal, a complete research proposal. In case a research proposal is confined to one particular statute, and you don't discuss its interface with other jurisdictions, other disciplines, like labor law may be related to company law in a specific context, administrative law may be related to corporate law, maybe public law, maybe constitution law. So you have to have that holistic approach, and integrated understanding is very, very important. So research is important. How to do research, when to do research, and there is a specific format that is provided. We should not deviate from that specific standard process, standard format. And the format is provided by the funding agency. But you would find there are similar components. Systematic approach, and it starts from that introduction, then review of literature, then research problem. There you can also include research questions, objectives, hypothesis, research design. That is very, very important. And budget estimate, and the time frame, that is time schedule to complete the research assignment, whether it is 2 years, 1 year, 6 months, as the case may be. So you have to provide all the details. So systematic approach is very, very pertinent. So there is no possibility of deviation from that standard process. But there is again problem regarding this systematic approach. In most of the cases, you would find that research question, the research proposal starts from research question, not from review of literature. So if that is the case, what is the originating point of research? What is the starting point of research? Do you think a person can formulate research question without doing or without conducting in-depth analysis of the existing literature? Can it happen? Now it is for you to find out, and this is not the time to discuss this interface between research question vis-a-vis review of literature. And research is not a compilation of data. Let me reiterate, recapitulate that research is not a compilation of data, combination of data, or collection of primary or secondary data. A researcher is expected to add something to the existing pool of knowledge. And here, analytic approach or analysis becomes very, very important. Next is, research is not storytelling or essay writing. You narrate facts, write stories, don't conclude, don't provide analytical approach. analyze as to how and why the specific the conclusion has been drawn. What is the rationale behind that conclusion? What is that justification for findings? So research is not storytelling. Of course, observations collected by the researcher himself would be considered important data, but that observations are also required to be explained and examined. We are concerned with quality of research. So many judgments. Don't simply go by the judgments. You may criticize judgments, but for that purpose, you have to have a very good understanding of the subject matter. Right? Some judgments in 2013, some judgments in 2019, where judgments were withdrawn by the Supreme Court because Supreme Court was not sure about basic fundamentals, amendments in the existing law. All these facts were not placed before the Supreme Court. And judges also did not collect relevant data. So many judgments. So if you want to write some case comment, you want to examine the impact of some judgment, Supreme Court judgment on functioning of some specific scheme. So you must be very sure about the judgment. The judgment is a logical judgment. Judgment is a correct judgment. And the judgment has critically examined all the facets of relevant law. If judgment is incorrect judgment is not perfect, then the quality of your research assignment would be affected. You can conduct some doctoral research. I have conducted some doctoral research on impact analysis of one particular judgment of Supreme Court in 1997, 7 judges bench on the functioning of administrative tribunals. And the research paper is available in the public domain, where I have examined various issues. Functioning of these tribunals have been affected. So you can also do that doctoral research, not necessary to conduct empirical research to examine the impact assessment or analysis of one particular judgment of Supreme Court. And don't go by the statements made by some XYZ or ABCD. You have to critically examine the statement made by individuals. Don't be misled by that kind of analysis. Right? So it is our duty of researchers to examine, to find out logic, a rationale, and then you come out with your own analysis. So we require independent and competent professionals to do research, to draft research proposal. And don't have that misconception like we have that misconception regarding primary data and secondary data. And this is not the time to discuss all these issues, friends. We have very limited time. So we require research that can add something to the existing pool of knowledge. We require value addition. If your research proposal is likely to add to the existing pool of knowledge, likely to create literature, likely to likely to add to the existing policy on the specific matter, or it is likely to, or it is capable of stimulating larger public interest or society's interest, then your research proposal is likely to be accepted. There is every probability, right? But if you come out with some repetition ideas, you come out with some existing literature where nothing is so special, right? Just compilation of data, then in that case, nobody is going to entertain that research proposal, right? So let us discuss other parameters. Now, friends, why do research? And this is directly related to drafting research proposal. Can you tell me why do we do research? See, we know that we do research for PhD, we do research for promotion, we do research for elevation, we do research for various activities. But what are the fundamentals of doing research? Anyone? Why do we do research? Yeah, anyone? Why do we do research? Don't talk about PhD, the promotion, CS, etc., etc. I am talking about fundamentals of research. Why do we do research? Anyone? Yes, friends. Why do we do research? And this is very important. If you don't understand as to why the research is being conducted, or as to why this research proposal has been drafted, so we have to understand what is the rationale of doing the research. Why do we do the research? Yeah, anyone? I think we have some 65. To find gaps in legal development, fine. To find gaps. This is very much related to research question. If there is a problem, research issue, and then fulfill them, fine. If there is a gap is required to be addressed to explore and discover new knowledge, of course. So friends, we do research for 3 reasons. Yes, number 1, we do research to expand existing pool of knowledge. We do research to expand the horizons of existing rules, existing theory, existing law. So we do research to add something to existing pool of knowledge. That is number 1. Number 2, we do research to question existing theory, existing rule, existing law. Like we talk about 1-year LLM, right? 1-year LLM is wonderful. And we have simply borrowed the concept of 1-year LLM from other jurisdictions. And this 1-year LLM has become fast food degree. There is no time to do research. Only 9 months. So if you want to question the existence of this 1-year LLM, right, then you do research to examine the impact of 1-year LLM, impact of introduction of 1-year LLM on quality of research, or creation of good teachers, or creation of specialization, right? Number 2, you do research to question existing theory, existing law, existing rule, existing concept. And third one is you do research to create your own theory. That is very, very important. You create your own concept, own theory, own law. You draft some a draft bill. You create your own concept. So this is very, very important. So we are expected to take care of all 3 components when we do research or when we draft research proposal, right? Because compilation of data is of no use. Of course, when you do review of literature, you compile later. But that review of literature must summarize the existing literature, must identify gaps, must examine various facets, and the review of literature must have that analytical approach. So review of literature is a reflection of analysis of the existing literature by the researcher, not summarization, like we summarize and we come out with that particular list. So the tabulation of existing literature is never considered a review of literature. So this is not the time to discuss that annotated bibliography and review of literature and bibliography. So yeah, so we do research for the purpose of 3 different requirements. Now fundamentals of research, and these fundamentals are again applicable to all the researches. When you write research papers, articles, or draft research proposal for doctoral research or non-doctoral research, you have to examine 3 important fundamentals of research. Number 1, your research must identify specific problem, distinct research issues, distinct research question, not a research on law and women, law and child. This is not a research. Generalization is never considered research. like research related to law regulating women, law regulating child labor, law regulating RTI. So you have to be very specific. So identify research question, specific research question. Then critically examine, that is analytic approach. I'm talking about number 2, component number 2. Analytic approach to examine the identified research issues. Examine limitations, difficulties, impediments in the functioning of the specific scheme, specific law. And when you do empirical research, you can examine impact of the existing scheme, effectiveness of existing law, dowry prohibition law, child prohibition, child labor prohibition law, or talk about smoking prohibition law, any law. So you must critically examine that. This is regarding examination of problems, research questions, and issues. Number 3, and that is directly related to value addition, that you must add to the existing pool of knowledge. Make recommendations, findings in order to address issues identified by you, problems identified by you. If your research questions are different and recommendations are very different, then you can't have that logical conclusion. Your research is unlikely to be approved. If you are talking about one specific issue, like I'm referring to the death penalty report of Law Commission, the main issue before the Law Commission was whether death penalty should be abolished or not. That was the issue. And in that report is available in the public domain. And that Law Commission has examined law regulating death penalty in various jurisdictions, in various countries, right? Only on the basis of the fact that more than 140 countries, nations have abolished death penalty. So therefore, India should also abolish that penalty. Is it logical? And if you see that recommendations made by that report, besides this particular issue, there are various irrelevant recommendations, that there should be some fund for victims or dependents of etc. etc. All irrelevant recommendations have been made. So if that is the case, how come you are going to relate findings and recommendations to the issues identified by you? A person is suffering from simple fever, right? You are giving him treatment for very serious disease. So number 1, investigation, thereafter diagnosis, then treatment, and these investigations are very, very important. You provide appropriate treatment to the specific problem, impediment. So it becomes very important. So the 3 important fundamentals are supposed to be reflected by each research proposal, right? Identify specific problems, specific issues, specific research question. Then number 2, analysis, critical analysis, and appropriate findings and recommendations, relevant findings and recommendations. This is expected. Now, how to formulate quality research proposal? This is very important. What is a research proposal? Why research proposal? How this is done? Yeah. Any disagreement? This is the systematic approach for conducting any research, whether it is doctoral research, empirical research, qualitative research, quantitative research. You talk about any research. So you start with a particular topic, a broad topic. Then you do in-depth analysis. You examine that literature which is related to the particular topic, directly or indirectly. Thereafter, you arrive at a specific research problem. You formulate your research problem. Then you collect primary data or secondary data, then you do it according to research design, right? So that is the appropriate approach Research problem, research question, research design, data collection, analysis, interpretation of data, and communication of findings. So this is very much relevant. When you collect data, let it be primary data or secondary data, you have to interpret the data. You have to draw some analogical conclusion, logical conclusion, or findings from that data. Of course, summarization is okay. So that that analysis of data includes two components. Number one, summarization. Number two, causal analysis. So more weightage should be given. I think more than 50% weightage should be given to that causal analysis of the data. Then you interpret the data and come out with your findings. So this is the way how a systematic approach to any research proposal becomes important. And we have already discussed three fundamentals of research. And friends, legal research and teaching or legal education do not recognize ego and arrogance. Right? There is no hierarchy in academics. Right? We all are teachers, and teachers are expected to fulfill the mandate of quality research and quality teaching. If a teacher does not teach, he is not a teacher. If a teacher does not do research, I don't consider him as a good teacher. Right? A good teacher is expected to do research. A teacher is always a mentor, guide, counselor, friend. So let us respect our profession, and for that purpose, we have to come up to the expectations of the profession. We must do research. Otherwise, very difficult to survive. Of course, in short term, you can manipulate, but in the long term, designation is not important. Your contribution is very, very important. Even if you are an assistant professor or you are a student, your quality of articulation, quality of research aptitude, approach would be appreciated. So research, good research is a prerequisite for survival and excellence in legal education and legal research. I have done some research on legal aid services in India, and because of that, so much of recognition, right? And that one of my articles has been quoted by London professor. It has happened because of that empirical research. I was also invited by Parliamentary Standing Committee to make a presentation on my empirical research on legal aid councils. So this is the way how we grow, we develop as quality teacher, we become quality teacher and good teacher, right? So do research in order to promote the profession, the stakeholders, the society, and the subject matter. So let us discuss research proposal. Any doubt, any clarification, friends? Okay. Now, what is a research proposal? See, research proposal is a very brief summary of proposed research. It includes very important components. It focuses only on central issues, specific research questions, which are required to be addressed by the researcher during the course of his research. And ideally, a good research proposal should not exceed 10 pages. 10 pages of quality components. And in case of research proposal, you provide outlines, a general idea about your research and the scope of the study and what is the value addition that is likely to be contributed by the proposed research, right? And how the research will be conducted. It is related to research design, that time schedule. And research proposal must demonstrate, or it must be related to some original idea of the researcher. And that very important, that research must focus on contemporary issues. and there is a possibility of conducting research. If you submit some proposal on a particular topic where there is no, number one, there is no scope of research because everything is already settled, there is no problem, there is no gap. Number two, conducting research becomes very difficult if you're not finalized your research design, you're not finalized your research universe, subject matter universe, territorial universe, and the time universe. You don't have indefinite time. Generally, 1 or 2 years, or maybe 3 years in exceptional cases. That specific time is allotted to execute or carry out appropriate research assignments. So your research must justify, the proposal must justify as to how the research is required, the rationale for conducting the research, the value addition that will be done by the research proposal. So these are important factors which are always taken into consideration for the purpose of screening of research proposals at various levels, right? So provide all relevant details. You must provide undisputed facts, no doubtful facts, relevant data, and that research proposal must be very systematic, must be very clear with respect to research problem, with respect to your research objectives, your hypothesis, and the feasibility of that particular research assignment. See, there are so many researches where you can't do research without prior permission from the agencies. Like if you want to do some research at district court, right? You can't do that research without the permission from High Court. Or you want to do some research in prisons or jails. You want to meet under trials to find out whether that appropriate rights provided by the law are really provided to under trials, or maybe something related to 436A, release of under trials, or functioning of legal aid clinics at specific prison. So for that purpose, a prior permission is always required. Without that prior permission, you can't do that research. So getting prior permission from agencies very difficult. I've seen it. So plan it according to that. And for that purpose, you can approach the funding agency to facilitate the permission process. Otherwise, very difficult to conduct research. So you have to take into consideration all these facts when you draft your research proposal. Now let us talk about format. Format of research proposal. See, there is no hard and fast rule to draft any research proposal. But nowadays, research guidelines or research proposal guidelines are provided by funding agencies like ICSSR, UGC, Department of Law and Justice, and then NHRC, NCW. International agencies have also drafted some guidelines where you are supposed to follow these guidelines. So I'm going to discuss some important components of research proposals. Number one, title. The title of your research proposal must be very clear that your research is going to examine this, like that empirical research to examine impact of terms and conditions of employment on law teachers, right? Or maybe impact of legal aid services provided by legal aid councils on quality of legal aid services, or maybe quality of PhD theses. So the topic must be very, very specific. It must be a reflection of your key questions. Number two, you must provide appropriate background and rationale as to why the research is required. There is a demand for the particular research. If there is no demand, there is no scope, then the research proposal is likely to be rejected. So you must examine that earlier researches, how far earlier researches have not covered or take into consideration the specific issues identified by you. So you draft research questions, specific research questions where there is a scope of conducting research. There is a scope of explanation or exploration in case of exploratory research where no research has been done or the specific issue has not been examined by other scholars. So you do exploratory research. So therefore you come out with your own theory, own concept, own rules. Now research design is very, very important, and we face a lot of difficulties. In case of research design, I've seen most of the scholars writing research methodology. That research methodology, then research methodology includes your research method, your research design, other components, primary data, secondary data, data collection related issues. Friends, so research design deals with execution of research. Research design provides pertinent details regarding research execution, that how the research would be conducted by the researcher. And for that purpose, you have to determine research universe regarding subject matter, research universe regarding territory, whether this research would be confined to some selective states or confined to nation, one particular district. It all depends upon your research questions and in time limit. This research would be conducted or completed within 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, and for that purpose, you have to provide time schedule. So we'll discuss that time schedule, how to draft time schedule, how to draft budget estimate, and what are the components of budget estimate, what are the agencies where research proposal may be submitted, right? So you have to provide all the details, plan of work and time schedule for conducting or completion of the research assignment, right? Then budget estimate, it should be done according to the policy of the funding agencies. Not necessary to provide bibliography, but it may be necessary for academic discussion, and you must go according to the policy of the funding agency. If there is a requirement of bibliography or annotated bibliography or some references, then provide important references. Don't provide a list of say 50 or 100 articles or judgments, right? So bibliography in case it is required by the policy. Now applying for the projects, draft a research proposal according to terms and conditions of the funding agency, find out eligibility criteria. In some of the cases, you would find that some projects can only be given to associate professor. Some projects can only be given to professors having good publications, 10 publications, 5 publications. So there are some specific requirements. And for that purpose, you have to fulfill all the requirements. If you are not eligible, you cannot submit a research proposal. Again, there are some requirements regarding that UGC 12B or something like that. A private institution cannot submit research proposal unless it is recognized by 12B and other provisions of the UGC. So if in case that individual institution or individual teacher fulfills all the requirements, then the person can submit the research proposal. And nature and scope of subject matter. See, NCW stimulates research proposals only on subject matters related to women empowerment. NHRC, human rights related issues. Then you have Department of Law and Justice, only judiciary related issues, right? So if you have expertise, a good understanding of the specific subject matter, then you draft the research proposal, submit to the pertinent agencies, and draft the research proposal according to the format or the guidelines provided by the funding agencies. Thereafter, funding requirements, like if there is a budget constraint, generally you would find this the limitation or stipulation in case of minor projects, where the budget is 5 lakh, it cannot exceed 5 lakh. Major project cannot exceed 15 lakh. Yes, special projects 50 lakh, 70 lakh, funded by ICSSR, other agencies, right? So provide funding requirement, budget estimate the components according to your research requirement, and plan to execute research assignment. You have to come out with a research plan, the time schedule, and filing research proposal. Nowadays, most of the research proposals are filed online. You have to upload all relevant documents. So visit that relevant website, provide all relevant documents, submit it. You will get that acknowledgement. So after that, proposals are placed before screening committee. Proposals are shortlisted on the basis of recommendations made by screening committee. Indicators are provided, parameters are provided, and the details are also intimated to concerned teachers. Thereafter, teachers are required to make presentations before the appropriate board. If that board is satisfied, then research proposals are approved and appropriate communications are communicated to concerned teachers, concerned stakeholders. So this is the way how process of approval of research proposals are done by most of the agencies, right? Now see the funding agencies. I think you are well aware of various funding agencies, ICSSR, minor projects, major projects, and there is a special project, may go up to 70 lakh rupees. UGC nowadays has stopped inviting applications for minor or major projects or research award rated projects. The NHRC, minor and major projects related to human rights, Department of Law and Justice, where proposals are invited from individual universities. No public notification is issued for that purpose. Then Women and Child Development Ministry, BPRD, SPARC, right? You have private institutions also inviting applications for various projects. We have international agencies, funding agencies from various countries, funding empirical and doctoral researches. Now see, friends, the components. See, this is a plan, time schedule for conducting empirical research or doctoral research or any research, right? Number one activity, review of literature. The researcher would require 1 month time to take care of that review of literature. Number two, conducting pilot study. See, pilot study is required to be conducted in case of empirical research, and pilot study is not required in case of doctoral research, right? So you can do it accordingly. Now then, framing of questionnaires, especially for empirical research. The moment you complete pilot study, then you draft research questionnaires for various stakeholders according to your requirement, and then the research universe for conducting empirical research, for collection of primary data, and you can also mention analysis of secondary data, compilation of secondary data, and you can also include some seminar component or workshop component related to the specific subject. If you are doing some research on, say, under trial, you can also include some components of seminar or workshop, right? Maybe one workshop, two workshop, provided it is funded by the funding agency. Then time required for data analysis, report writing, presentation, etc., etc. and compilation of the research report. So this is the time schedule for completion of research, proposed research, right? Now see funding, and yeah, this is important. Funding according to your requirement, funding according to the policy of the funding agency, right? Number one, manpower you require for conducting that research. You may require one research associate or one research assistant depending upon your requirement and duration, right? So you can include that appropriate remuneration depending upon availability of budget. Then honorarium for the project director. So this component is not available in case of ICSSR and other agencies. But this component, honorarium for project director, is provided by NCW, Department of Law and Justice, and some other agencies. In case there is a component where that honorarium has been provided for project director, you can include this component, otherwise not. Number three, field study, right? In case you are going to conduct or you have proposed some empirical research or field study, then you can include appropriate expenses for the purpose of conducting empirical research. In case of doctoral research, you would have very small amount, very small component, maybe 4 lakh, 5 lakh rupees, not more than that. For seminar, 2 lakh rupees. Printing of questionnaires, office material, etc., 1 lakh 10,000 rupees. So it all depends upon the policy, the budget limitations. And friends, there is a great demand for empirical research, because conducting empirical research is very difficult, Herculean task. But after doing empirical research, conducting empirical research, multifacets learning, multifarious learnings. We learn so much from empirical researches. I have conducted some 5 to 6 empirical researches. So my approach to teach a subject is very different from that earlier period now. I teach labor law. I teach administrative law. So I always bring in practical inputs in order to explain practical aspects, the real character of law, because law in theory is very different from law in practice. So it is the duty of the researcher to examine all these parameters. So draft the research proposal in such a way where the research proposal is always a reflection of law in practice, law in operation. Otherwise, nobody is interested in theoretical perspective. Bookish knowledge is of no use. Of course, it is of some significance. Stakeholders can collect the relevant information from net. Students can also read books. Now, if that is the case, what is the purpose of employing teachers, researchers, or conducting any research? Value addition, contribution, stimulation of research culture in India, right? Okay, now important points. Whenever you write research proposals, friends, provide justification for all the components. Give appropriate reasoning, explanation. Focus only on contemporary issues which are socially relevant, where there is a scope of stimulation of social interest, larger public interest. And again, I reiterate, great demand for empirical research, but there is no supply. You know that the interface between demand and supply. There is a great demand for empirical research, but there is no supply. I'm talking about quality research. The moment you submit some research proposal for conducting empirical research, there is every possibility of getting its approval or getting funding from the relevant agencies. Research must promote public policy or law-making process. Maybe amending the law, or maybe replacing the law, or repealing the law. So you must formulate that kind of research proposal. Your research proposal must be unique in itself. I tell you, real life instance. See, in 2014, I submitted one research proposal on legal aid councils. That was for UGC Research Award in 2014 to conduct empirical research in Delhi, 11 district courts and High Court. This was shortlisted. That was approved by the screening committee. I got that research award in 2014. Thereafter, friends, one of my friends requested me a copy of that proposal. I sent that copy of the proposal, but instructed him that don't simply copy paste it. You have to modify the universe from Delhi to Chennai or other place, right? He modified the universe. He modified partly the components of research proposal. And friends, in 2016, the same proposal was rewarded with the research award by the UGC, right? So if you come out with unique research proposal where no research has been done, then your research proposal is likely to be accepted by the funding agency, right? So let us have some discussion research proposal. I've exceeded the time limit. Yeah, I think that's it. That's it, friends. And because of time constraint, I may not be in a position to discuss some of the research proposals. If organizers permit me to show you one of my research proposals that was approved by the ISSR, 40 lakh research project. Is it feasible? Maybe a couple of minutes or maybe 5 minutes, not more than that. Yeah, Professor?
Yes, that would be fine, sir. No issues.
Chalo, okay.
Madam,
Let me just
Honorable Madam has joined, so maybe we have restriction. If we could conclude it within 5 minutes, that would be very fair, sir. Thank you.
Chalo, okay. Thank you. Thank you. Let me try this. Okay, then it's taking time. Same problem. Okay, no problem, friends. I'll send you the copy of this research proposal, right? Because there's some problem, and I'm not in position to upload that. I think. Yeah, I think yes. Okay. Can you see that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now see, this research proposal was submitted to ICSSR. Now see the heading. Topic. Yeah. Anji, yeah, anything, sir? Professor Rao, anything? Okay. Now, see the proposal. Top title of the research is very specific, an empirical study to examine impact in India. Empirical research. See, the topic is very specific. Thereafter, review of literature, not listing out sources. Most of us do it. So don't list out sources. You have to summarize existing literature, 40% summary, and 60% your analysis of the existing literature. The researcher must add from his pocket that kind of analysis, right? I have not listed out the sources. I have examined research issues, research problems, research is conducted by other stakeholders, previous researches, statement of problem, right? Highlighted all the research issues, and now specific research question, amplitude of legal aid services, factors, whether lack of competency has adversely affected the quality of legal aid services, how to restore. Now see, operational concepts are very, very important. whenever you draft research proposal, you must define operational concept. Otherwise, it becomes very vague. See, a child for the purpose of contract law is different from labor law, right? Child means a person who has not completed 14 years. And for the purpose of contract law, a child means, a minor means person who has not completed 18 years. And child means for the purpose of your research, it may be a female child or maybe a male child. When you talk about see certain rights under family law, rights related to succession, inheritance, then child may be a female child for the purpose of your research. So you have to define that operational concept. Otherwise, it is likely to create ambiguity, and that will really affect your quality of research proposal. Key variables are also required to be defined. Key variables like competency and commitment of legal aid councils, and I also provided parameters of competence and commitment. Objectives must be very specific. Now see, objectives: to study, to examine, to evaluate, to enhance, to make remedial measures. Now hypothesis, see, very specific hypotheses. 7, lack of competency, a simple statement which is composed of 2 or more variables, dependent or independent variables, but you have to take care of mediating and moderating variables. Now see, research design, research method, doctrinal as well as non-doctrinal, right? Then some issues regarding universe. See, universe, India has been divided into just a minute, yeah, divided into 4 regions: eastern, western, and northern regions. Accordingly, states are also selected. Sample design, stratified sampling method, right? Details of beneficiaries, various codes, various stakeholders. Then the questionnaire, 5 questionnaires for different stakeholders. Then the data processing, right? Screening of data, recording of data, and data analysis, and significance of the research. Yes, this is very important. Utility of the research, significance of the research, contribution of this particular research. Now see the flow chart for conducting research, right? Review literature, problem, pilot study, etc., etc. And this is the budget estimate. It was a project for 2 years, 24 months, right? Research, research staff, then field work, 20 lakh rupees, other components, and you have to give justification for this budget estimate as to why this much fund is required for conducting that research assignment. Okay. That's it, friends. And thank you very much, Professor CM Rao, and the director of this particular program, and faculty members of the college. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity. And let us have some discussion, because discussion is very important.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. If anyone has any questions, please place it in the chat box.
Must be very tired, you know. Almost 1:45.
Yes.
So much, sir, for guiding us on the topic legal research and financial assistance. As I see there are no questions in the chat box, I would like to request Professor Pratibha Girbani ma'am to present vote of thanks for this session.
Thank you, Tejaswini. We were very fortunate today to have Dr. Jeet Singh Man, Associate Professor, National Law University, Delhi, as resource person for this session. On behalf of management and staff of our college, I express my gratitude to you, sir, for accepting our invitation and guiding us all on the important topic, how to prepare research proposal by highlighting on fundamentals in research proposal, as well as providing very detailed information on various institutions which are providing financial assistance in legal research. I'm also thankful to all the respected members of Marathwada Legal and General Education Society, Principal of our college, Dr. C.M. Rao, Vice Principal, Professor Shikishan More, IQC Coordinator, Dr. Aparna Kotapalle, for continuous support and cooperation. I'm also thankful to the student volunteers who have helped in conduct of this particular session. Finally, I'm thankful to all the participants for their active presence in this session. Thank you all.
And I'm grateful to Professor Rao and the college for supporting my endeavor for conducting the empirical research at that Jalna and Aurangabad district court. Thank you, sir.
It is
Thank you very
our
much.
privilege to be a part of your research.
Thank
It
you,
is
sir.
our privilege. It is our privilege to be a part of your research. Thank you very much for your
Thank you.
cooperation from time to time whenever you are calling. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Namaskar. Namaskar.
Everyone. Now I hand over the session to Mihir for valedictory session. Over to you, Mihir.
Thank you so much. A very good afternoon to one and all. Myself, Mihir Karnik, a student of BA LLB 4th year. Once again, welcome you all on behalf of MLNGE Societies, Manikchand Pahade Law College, Aurangabad. We are now in position to begin the valedictory session of national level online seminar on new process of NAAC accreditation and assessment of legal education institutions in India. I request our respected principal, Dr. C.M. Rao sir, to kindly deliver the welcome address. Over to you, sir.
On behalf of the management staff and students of Manikchand Pahade Law College, I welcome Professor Dr. Vinay Kapoor, former Vice Chancellor of Sonipat Law University. So even though I am not personally met Madam, as a registrar of DSNLU Visakhapatnam former registrar, through online I met Madam on a program. So on behalf of all the participants, I welcome Madam for this valedictory function, and also all the participants for your wonderful presence on this occasion of valedictory session of 2 days program, which is with the support of NAAC. Thank you very much for joining us. Welcome, Madam. Go ahead, Mihir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Should I start?
Thank you, sir. I now request respected IQAC coordinator, Dr. Aparna Kotapalle ma'am, to brief the 2 days event. Over to you, ma'am.
Thank you, Mihir. Thank you, everyone. Very good afternoon to everyone present over here. Honorable Dr. Vinay Kapoor, ma'am, respected principal, sir, and all respected faculty members across the nation. I feel happy to place the review before we all about the 2 days, all sessions. Those were conducted and people participated in it very religiously and actively. And that gives a happiness to the host institute. So let me begin with the participation first of all. Actually, when we had sent the proposal, it was in our mind that it would be beneficial for the people in Marathwada region, rather the colleges in Marathwada region, they would be wholeheartedly participating and they do not know about it. But then when, of course, it was national level, but basically our focus was to our region. And when we circulated the flyer amongst the law fraternity all over the nation, we felt very happy to get the response from their side. So almost 170 participants who are inclusive of principals of different colleges, faculty members of different traditional colleges, faculty of NLUs, and IQAC coordinators of different institutes. Purposely, this time we avoided participation from the student side because we feel that all of us who would be trained during these 2 days, we would be training our own students what exactly is their participation required for the process of quality enhancement at their respective places. But from south to north, from east to west, I would like to enlist the number of states, rather the names of the state. We got registration apart from Maharashtra, we got it from Goa, Gujarat, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Karnataka, Delhi, Punjab, UP, Haryana, Himachal Pradesh, Kerala, Tamil Nadu, Andhra Pradesh, Assam, and Uttarakhand. So, of course, we would have been more happy if all the states, but still, whatever number of people we could reach and they have attended this particular online seminar, we are happy with it. Now, moving ahead with the Maharashtra law colleges, all the law colleges that are affiliated to Dr. University, that is our own university, all of them had participated. Apart from Aurangabad, Beed, Usmanabad, even Mumbai, Parbhani, Jalna, Pune, Solapur, Latur, Akola, Rajgurunagar, Nanded, Satara, Nagpur, Barsi, Nasik, Bokardan, Kolhapur, Sangli, so on and so forth. The list may continue with. But I feel happy being the coordinator that if our institution has put forth the efforts so as to reach out to people, so for creating awareness about this new manual, yes, to a great extent we were successful enough. Now, only one limitation I would like to place it before all of us. That is, as this event is being conducted online, maybe nobody is on duty leave. And for that, according to the convenience, after conducting the lectures, before conducting the lectures, as far as possible, faculty members were participating throughout the process. And not completely for all the sessions all were present. So we have noticed that, but we consider maybe there are certain they are accountable to their institute also, and we have taken it very positively. That would not happen if such kind of events are organized physically. That is one thing we would like to place it on record. Moving ahead with the sessions, as we all are aware of, but I would like to communicate it to Honorable Madam that this seminar was inaugurated with the words of Honorable Professor Vijay Kumar sir, who is the Vice Chancellor of NLIU Bhopal. And he further enlightened us on overall all the 7 criteria of NAAC. Then during first session, Dr. Priya Narayanan ma'am, who is an assistant advisor at NAAC, she guided us on the comparative discourse of the changes that are introduced for the law colleges through the new manual. And very precisely with peculiar pointing out what exactly are the changes that have occurred in very lucid ways. Madam has communicated the rather with a comparative discourse, she has placed it before all of us. Moving ahead with the second session of yesterday, Dr. Nidhi Buch was invited as a resource person to deal with the development of placement and internship culture. We find it very essential and necessary for the reason that maybe in NLUs this culture is well developed, but not in all traditional law colleges. So what exactly the outer world requires and what the students are willing, we are there to provide them the helping hand. And for that, if we have to develop the culture, what exactly we are expected to do, and very aptly, Dr. Nidhi Buch ma'am has explained it to the August gathering. In today's sessions, we started with Dr. Vaijayanti Joshi ma'am, who is a director of ILS Law College, Pune, with her speech, wherein she guided us on role of management and alumni for improving the quality legal education, wherein she has particularly emphasized that though during the whole writing of SSR, or when we look at the criteria, we find it in somewhere in the 6th criteria, somewhere in the 5th criteria, their role. But the role of management and role of alumni is scattered everywhere so as to enhance the quality, improve the quality. If both of them, they work hard, hand in hand with everyone in the institute, and if it becomes a participative democratic process for the quality enhancement, then certainly all the institutions would be able to gain the fruits. And that was really very appreciable, and the guidance will certainly be helpful for all. That is what being the host institution we find. In the next session in today's, that is on second day, Dr. Jaya Vasudevan, who is a professor of law at HNLU Raipur, she spoke on role of law teachers and expected teaching pedagogy for improving the quality in legal education. We need to appreciate ma'am for different reasons. Apart from the content that she has delivered here, she was not in India. She actually, for her own research, postdoctoral, she is in Germany, but she could find the time for us so as to guide us. That is number one. And in very lucid way, she explained the gap that happens in the class with slow learners and advanced learners, and how to tackle those, and with the current situation wherein the technological developments are there and aid and assistance is available to the students, how equipped the teachers have to be. It is not the matter of equality, but it is a matter of equitable treatment, and that we like the most. Moving ahead with the just previous session, Dr. Jeet Singh Man, who is a faculty, honorable faculty of NLU Delhi, had guided us on the legal research and financial assistance in legal education institutes, and very precisely, as well as in very focused ways with the PowerPoint presentation. Dr. Man sir, I hope everyone has understood the intricacies and the complexities that are involved since beginning of the research task to be undertaken. Man sir is always there with our help and guidance. So moving ahead with the current valedictory speech of yours, we are honored to have you, ma'am, here, and we are eager to hear you, and hence without wasting our time, just to make all of us understand what exactly we have done till now, being the host, rather on behalf of this host institute, I would like to say that with what objective we had started this journey of sending the proposal to the NAAC authorities, looking into the Q&A session in every session, or looking into the chat box, we find that yes, to a great extent, we have achieved the objectives for which this seminar was organized. I thank organizers for giving me this opportunity to place the review of the whole 2 days national level seminar before the honorable guest. Thank you once again. Over to you, Mihir.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now, if I have the permissions of the chair, should we invite feedback from our attendees? Would that be okay, ma'am?
Go ahead.
Thank you, sir. I would like to first request respected Dr. Gurdeep sir to give feedback.
Here, your voice is not audible.
Ms. Gurdeep from Chandigarh, we would like to hear it from your side. How have you found this seminar?
Hello, am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you're audible, ma'am.
Yeah, well, I'm Dr. Gurdeep Kaur Pandher, Assistant Professor, Chandigarh Law College, Chandigarh. Well, ma'am, first of all, the whole seminar was full of information. I really feel thankful to all of you for enlightening us and made us familiar with all the topics regarding the new process of NAAC, its parameters, and how we can improve the quality of legal education. And the last session that was provided by Dr. J.S. Mann about the research proposal. All the seminar, all the sessions were very informative, and I really want to congratulate the faculty of Manik Chand Pahade Law College, Aurangabad, for conducting this seminar. Thanks a lot, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Further, I would also like to request respected Principal Dr. Rohini Jagtap, ma'am, to kindly give feedback on this seminar.
Is it I'm audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, all. I, Dr. Rohini Jagtap, a participant from SMBP Law College, Pune, would like to extend thankfulness to the management, principal, staff of Manikchand Pahade Law College for organizing such a wonderful and very informative sessions on new process of NAAC accreditation assessment of legal education institutions in India. All the respected resource persons which invited by the Manikchand Pahade Law College has given a detailed information about the various topics related to NAAC process. We, the participants, are really very thankful to all the respective speakers and the Manikchand Pahade Law College. Thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am. We are extremely glad to have Honorable Dr. Vinay Kapoor Mehra, ma'am, former Vice Chancellor of NLU Sonipat, as our chief guest for this valedictory session. And since I have been given this pleasurable opportunity, I would like to say a few words about ma'am is a merit holder in
Sorry for disturbing you and everyone here. She also has given consent for giving the feedback, so it would not be fair to delete her name without her consent. With the permission of Madam Vinay Kapoor, I would like to invite Harsha Suryavanshi ma'am to give her feedback. Am I audible, ma'am?
Absolutely, ma'am. And deepest apologies for carrying forwards. Very sorry. Ma'am, please go ahead.
Am I audible? Hello? Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. At the outset, I would like to congratulate organizers of this seminar. We were actually in need of having some knowledge as we are now facing the fourth cycle of NAAC. We were planning to have such a seminar in our institution, but Law College, MP Law College grabbed the opportunity first. Even then, I would like to say that it was a really wonderful seminar, especially the session by Narayanan Ma was really wonderful. And she explained how the manual of for legal institutions is different from others. And it was, or rather I will say it is a really welcome move on the part of NAAC that it considered different distinctiveness of legal institutions. In view of that, it was also necessary to organize such seminar. All the sessions were very clear. They were almost in understandable language. Some sessions, they focused on policy that needs to be adopted by the college at its level. Especially the seminar, the session on internship and placement that determined or that helped the college to arrange a policy for implementation of placement and internship. The next session or today's first session that was by Dr. Jaya ma'am, that was really wonderful. And we all participants are thankful to the organizers. And once again, I congratulate the organizers for arranging such a wonderful workshop. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Before we hear from our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Vinay Kapoor Mehra, ma'am, just a few words about ma'am. Ma'am is a merit holder in BA Part 2 and 3, standing second in the entire university. Ma'am has completed her LLM and MA in Police Administration. Ma'am has stood first in PG Diploma in Women Empowerment and Development. Ma'am has supervised 7 PhD theses, 50 LLM dissertations, and 60 papers. Ma'am has published 1 book, 36 articles, and over 50 papers at national and international level. Ma'am has held several positions of importance in society. Example, Commissioner of State Information Commission, Punjab, member of the Juvenile Justice Board, Dean of Law Faculty at Punjab Technical University, member of the Constitutional Review Committee 2000, and many more. Ma'am's achievements cannot be summarized in just one paragraph or in words. So without any further ado, I now request Honorable Dr. Mehra Ma'am to kindly take over today's task and deliver the valedictory address. Over to you.
Thank you, Meher, for your kind words about me. A very good afternoon to everybody present here. Worthy principal of the college, Manik Chand Pahade Law College, Aurangabad, coordinator and director of this seminar, NAAC advisors, and dear participants. I feel privileged to be the part of this first ever such seminar sponsored by NAAC. And also congratulate the principal of this college, who actually a good leader. And the success of any institution depends on the vision of that head of that institution. So I'm also lucky to attend some of the sessions. Though I have been part of that meeting because I was associated with the CLAD consortium, being Vice Chancellor of the NLU Sonipat. Because we have been feeling that there are certain parameters where National Law University find difficult to be fitted. So there was long sessions and the suggestions were given to the NAAC, and we are happy that they have developed a new manual for the law institutes, law colleges, law universities. And for yesterday's, we have been discussing all these things, and think in the inaugural session, Professor Vijay Kumar has also mentioned that there are certain parameters where we are exempted as a law colleges or law institutes. So in the second session also, which was attended to some extent by me, Madam Priya has given the list of the criteria and the documents which we must handle. I endorse the words of Principal Rao. He said that it is the responsibility of each and every person, from the principal to the peon of the institution, who work for the institution, for the betterment of the institution. Only then we can get a better ranking. So we have to work as a one unit. There are few documents which are the part of the administration, but I think when an institution is established, from the very day we must also have this thing in mind that we should have a IQAC cell. A simple in charge will not be sufficient. There should be a proper team with him, and there should be regular meetings of IQAC. The minutes should be recorded and minutes should be sent to each and every section of the college or the university. That is academic branch, establishment branch, IT cell. Because we know that without IT cell, we cannot move on. Every document should be in a soft copy. And it becomes very easy to handle the record.
And when we have to send our SSR or other documents to NAAC, it becomes very easy to collect all those documents since they are already in a software. So because the establishment cell has all the record of the teachers, the service records and everything. So they have also to be informed about the minutes of the meeting of IQAC, then the library, because they have the record of the journals and they have to. So simply the minutes are not for the information, but for the action to be taken on those minutes of the meeting. Because whenever we have to move as a one unit. So it is not the total responsibility of the IQAC cell to keep the records. Every student who is participating in any of the activity, maybe sports or academics or other extracurricular, inside the institution or outside the institution, must keep the record with him, as well as he must send one copy to the IQAC cell. Same with the teachers and also with other units of the institution. So I just said academic and establishment, then accounts, and whatever committees have been constituted in the institution, they must keep the record of their all meetings. And every time a meeting is held, a copy of that meeting has to be shared with the IQAC cell. So you know that they have to keep the record of each and everything. Because I have seen during my mock visit, mock NAAC visit to one of the university, and we were just the advisors to them. We have seen that they have not kept their record. The university was 15 years old. And we think that this university will get a very low grade during their NAAC visit. But thank God, they promptly acted upon our advice and managed to procure all their records which were available with them and tabulated them, and they got C grade. And they were very happy because they were not sure whether they will be getting even D. So they were thinking they will be getting E. So maintenance of records should be the responsibility of each and every person associated with the institution. Because we have to act as a one. Now we see that Principal Sir has mentioned that before going for the NAAC accreditation, they visited various nearby institutions to get an overview how they are working. So this was a very good initiative taken by him. But as well as such type of seminars, workshops are very essential. And I think there are these criteria is not which can be understood in one meeting or one seminar. I also attended 2-3 seminars and still many things are not still clear. So I wish that regular such type of training should be conducted by NAAC for the staff, teaching as well as non-teaching. Because most of the time, we leave the non-teaching persons from that training. Because without that, we cannot keep the proper records. So the training should also be held for the non-teaching staff also. They are also part of the institution, and they are more regular. Their span in the institution is longer as compared to the students and the teachers. So their training is also essential. And we know that for the teachers, it's not just a timetable which is to be recorded and the syllabi, as in one of the criteria mentioned yesterday. They have to make a lecture plans, and that lecture plan should also be the part of the record, because it shows what is the teaching pattern of that particular teacher and how it can be helpful to the others. Because basically our education should be student centric, and new education policy also talks about the holistic development of the students. So earlier the focus of the colleges, universities was only on the academic part of the education. But now, since the parameters of NAAC are diverse, and it's not only the quantity but also the quality of the programs which are to be conducted, which matters for the grading. So we have to keep all these things in mind. And besides, we should also know the areas where the law colleges or law universities are specifically exempted. Otherwise, we keep on collecting all those things which are not necessary for our institution, and it will be a sheer wastage of the time. And that time can be properly utilized for other purposes. Now, as rightly said yesterday, that alumni can play a very good role in the enhancement of the quality of the institution. They can also contribute by giving their services to the institution, as well as monetary help, which is also very essential for the upliftment of an institution. So we have to keep the record. So when the admissions took place, we must have the record of that student in a proper software data, and that should be helpful in the later stages. But simply collecting of data is not sufficient. We have to upgrade that data from time to time. So whenever our students pass out, we have to make a track record of those students. It should be a duty of the student himself that he must give the feedback to the alma mater, that where he is posting, because what a student is today, it is the, you can say, contribution of his teachers and the institution. So he must keep in touch with his alma mater. So it is the duty of the student that he must inform the institution from time to time that he has switched from one job to other where he has been placed, because it's very difficult for the institution to keep the track of all the students, because every year there are thousands of students which pass out. So nowadays many institutions have their alumni associations. They have online form to become the part of that association. So that gives great help to the institution. Now again, I say that there should be a healthy environment in the institution. All various departments should act in a harmonious manner. They should not think that it is the duty of only IQAC cell to keep the record. They must also contribute whatever on their side. And you see that when we keep a record of the things, many a time when I joined as a vice chancellor, so it was my practice right from my beginning as a teacher that I used to keep the record of each and every letter which I write to the institution or I write to the outside. Because I had a experience that once I applied for my duty leave to join for GOC. And after 2 weeks, it comes to my knowledge that my letter is lost. So from that day, I made it a point that whether it's a casually or it's something else, any letter, I always have a copy. And that habit I made when I became the vice chancellor. So whatever letter was, there used to be 3 copies of that letter. One which was sent to the institution, other was kept in the office record, and the third was kept for my personal record. So since in the initial stage there were ad hoc teachers and the outsourced persons, it was very difficult for the new person to find the things. So it was always my record which was helpful for them to have a track of those things. So all of us should make it a habit that we must have a record, if it is possible in a hard copy or if it is possible in the soft copy. So in nutshell, whether our institution will get A plus or A plus plus, it will be the responsibility of each and every individual which is associated. I'm not saying which is working, which is associated with that institution, and it will give a great boost to the university to make a name in the society and also to contribute. So there should be a regular evaluation also by the institution that what they are contributing to the world at large. So with this word, I stop here. Once again, thanks to all for giving me this opportunity to have interaction with such an enlightened audience. Thanks to the principal, to the coordinator, and also to the NAAC advisors and NAAC team. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much for your words of wisdom. I now once again request our respected Principal Dr. C.M. Rao sir to kindly deliver the presidential address. Over to you, sir.
Professor Dr. Vinay Kumar Mishra, madam, my IPIC coordinator, Dr. Aparna Kotapalli, my colleagues, my vice principal, Professor Kishan More, Sri Kishan More, and other colleagues, and dear participants, and the person who is anchoring this program, and all the anchors right from inaugural to till this program. I congratulate all the persons for giving a wonderful opportunity for the participants to have a glance of NAAC. So when we started NAAC, when I started a NAAC for the first time, I do not know alphabets of NAAC. But I make it because of going through 3-4 NAAC SSRs of different colleges, degree colleges, from Andhra, from Maharashtra, from Tamil Nadu, 3-4 NAAC SSR reports I studied and implemented how it is applicable to law colleges and have an idea, and I did it. Similarly, whether you are in first cycle or second cycle or third cycle or fourth cycle, the parameters are different. Earlier, in the first cycle also, we have to make 5 years IQAR is a must. Now, when you are going for first cycle, there is no necessity of IQARs. So last 5 years, what you did, there are certain parameters where the data is required for 5 years. And because of the redrafting of these particular parameters, only last year or last 2 years, when you are going to mark for the evaluation of your SSR report. So you have to concentrate where the 5 years data is required, where 2 years is required, where 1 year is required. And at the same time, while you're talking about the placement, we are the people who are only for profession. If you give the profession, there is no necessity of placement and all those things. But in the NLUs, they have a chance of placement. But in the traditional law colleges, even the placement people are coming, our people are not interested to go to the placement jobs which are provided by the companies which are coming to placements. This is another problem. And when you are talking about the NAAC aspect is concerned, they are very generous. If you have any query, while you are preparing SSR, make a particular query to the particular officer, which is available on a mail. Within a reasonable time, they will respond to your query. So nowhere in India, any organization which is connected with a particular thing is not responding as responded by the NAAC people. They are very courteous, and whatever the problems which we face, they are going to resolve our problems, and any queries that we are going to sort out. So in the third cycle, our madam has 87 queries. While you are preparing SSRs, so one criteria you put some data, in another criteria same there is a discrepancy of data, and third category there is another discrepancy. So these are the discrepancies overlooked by us if one person prepares. Even after preparing the particular draft, it is all the members connected, all the stakeholders which connected with the particular NAAC report, SSR, must verify line by line. So I have confidence that I didn't do wrong, but there may be another person who pointed out my wrong. So it is always better to have scrutinization before you are going to submit your NAAC SSR online. Do not get overconfidence on your work. There may be slight mistakes which are going to be coming in your way by way of queries to be asked by the DVV after your submission within 45 days. And you have to give the query answer within the scheduled time. So you must be thorough with your work. You must be confident of your work, what you have done. You must be having the knowledge what you have done. The IQA coordinator and the people connected with the particular NAAC also should be thorough with what you are preparing, and the data should be on your file and on your mind also. If you are not thorough with these particular things, when the query comes, the time is going to be clicking. The time once started, you cannot have the time to reply the query as per the schedule that is given by the particular NAAC committees. So these are the things, and I would like to invite all the particular participants to share the programs that are conducted by you in this particular group. And we also share in 20th of this month we are conducting a national program for women's rights sponsored by the Human Rights Commission. So there is another program on 27th relating to the Competition Commission. So these are the informations which you have to share all over India to attract more people to know about your institution. When NIRF ranking, when NAAC ranking, these particular perceptions of outsiders will be considered. If you do not share what you are doing within the four walls, what you are doing, if you get it something in the SSR report, that is of no use. Whatever you are doing every day, the activities that are conducted by you, the things that are happening in your institution, the winning of your students, the winning of your faculty members, all must be displayed through various platforms that are available in front of you. So the sharing of your workshops, seminars, programs is an added advantage. And also, I would like to suggest you to start a newsletter every year. Newsletter will be beneficial to you to prove a record. You may forget an action. You may forget an activity that was committed, but your newsletter does not leave that particular activity while you are printing in the newsletter. Yearly once newsletter. That is also added advantage to have a good record of your events that were conducted in a particular academic year, 2021 or 22 or 22, 23. So as you rightly pointed by Priyana and Madam, so which year is to be considered preceding 5 years? It is May 31st, last 5 years, not the year of May 31st. If it is June 1st, preceding 5 years. So you must have an idea of what 5 years, from which year it begins, which year it ends, at what year it begins, at what time it is going to be closed. So between that particular period only, you are supposed to give the data. And at the same time, we, the management and staff, congratulate all the participants for your participation, and also those people who have given feedback orally and also through the feedback link will be vital for us for our future endeavors in order to facilitate all the people around the country to benefit by way of our programs. Thank you one and all for your patience hearing. Thank you, madam, for your wonderful presence. Vinay Kapoor, madam. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
We'll meet once physically. We'll invite you physically to the college once in one occasion. Thank you, madam.
It will be my pleasure to be the part of that institution.
Yes, ma'am, certainly. And as our respected principal sir said, I would just like to point out to all of our eminent attendees that the feedback link for both the sessions, that is day 1 and day 2, has been shared in the chat box. I request all the eminent attendees to kindly give their valuable feedbacks to us via the feedback link. We have now arrived at the concluding part of this national level online seminar. Therefore, I request our respected Vice Principal, Mr. S.N. More, sir, to kindly propose a vote of thanks. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon to all. Honorable Vice Chancellor Dr. Vinay Kapoor Mehra Ma'am, Vice Chancellor Dr. Babasaheb Ambedkar National University, Sonipat, Haryana, who had guided us on the topic responsibility of office staff of maintenance of office record. So this was one of the very important area from these criteria which are required to be assessed by the NAAC. And as we had a thorough discussion and deliberation on different criteria in this 2 days national level seminar on new process of NAAC accreditation and assessment of legal educational institutions in India. I am here duty bound to express my thanks toward the NAAC authorities for sponsoring this seminar to our institution. I am also thankful to our honorable management who have shown their guidance, given their guidance and shown their patronage for holding this 2 days national level seminar. I am here to express my thanks toward our respected principal, our teaching faculties and non-teaching faculties. I'm also here to express my thanks to our IQAC coordinator for wonderful organization of this 2-day national seminar. I must congratulate and thank all the anchors and resource persons of all the sessions who have actively participated and contributed in fruitful manner for grand success to this national level seminar. I am also thankful to all the participants for not only participating, but for giving your valuable feedback from which we can definitely learn many things and we will implement those things in our institutions. I am also thankful to the technical team of this session and the seminar and all the volunteers for making this program as a grand success, and all those who have directly or indirectly provided us support and made this 2-day seminar successful. I also express thanks to all those persons who have contributed directly or indirectly in making our 2 days national seminar successful. Thank you very much. Mihir.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. With the permissions of the dignitaries and chair, I would like to conclude our national level online seminar.
Thank you, Kapoor ma'am. Thank you so much for your valuable guidance, and thank you everyone. Now, with the chairperson's permission, I declare that this event is over. Thank you so much.